Hi everyone, welcome everybody to the 1K Leicester tournament. Um, and today I'm gonna be the caster for the entire duration of the day, and we're gonna have the first round starting right now. So if there's any issue with the stream, it's my first time doing stream live, so please bear with me. And if there's anything wrong with the stream, drop it on the chat, and I'll try to get sorted as much as possible. So basically, at the moment, we are currently in a game with, I believe Merlin is the name of the player, playing as Gar Saxon Yellow. And on the right hand side, we had Aaron playing as Palpatine Green. And so I'm gonna send the signals for the game to be starting. So okay, so players have already basically started the game, and they're gonna start resourcing. So let's talk a little bit about this matchup. So this matchup, I believe, normally I would say most of the Gar Saxon decks that we've seen are relatively mid-range focus. And are relatively aggro focus, sorry. So they play early game units, as you can see here, Crafty Smuggler, that have a shield on them, and because they are shielded, they get a +1 attack bonus from Gar Saxon, and that's very, very good versus Palpatine Green, not only because Palpatine Green is relatively slow, but also because it takes a very long time to deploy, which means that you get a lot of opportunity to put a lot of damage on the base before the opponent gets to do anything. And it's not like the ability of Palpatine is particularly useful. But here we see turn 2 Emperor's Royal Guard is obviously one of the best things you can do turn 1 here. Turn 1 Yularen, turn 2 Emperor's Royal Guard is an excellent start versus any aggressive deck. With all that being said, Merlin's list is a bit more mid-range focus. He has a lot of relatively expensive unit and even has 1 copy of Super Laser Blast in his deck. So his deck is a lot more mid-range focus, which I think is to the advantage of the Palpatine player, because I think the Palpatine player is going to have the better late game. By the way, Palpatine Green is not a bad deck by any means, very strong deck. It's currently in the final of the Take the Initiative tournament. It's a deck that I think, unless it's going to be struggling in Sabine, but if he's not facing Sabine, it's a deck that has a good matchup against a lot of things. The Entropy's Lackey has been a huge upgrade to the deck, notably. But obviously, being able to play Command with double green is a pretty big deal. And obviously the fact that they're just simply more powerful green cards in the meta makes it so much easier to jam your deck with a bunch of green cards and still end up with a good deck. So having to sacrifice a color is not as big as a cost it used to be. Okay, so here we see the jackpads being played from the resource pile with the smuggle on the Greedo. So here we see the Super Laser Technician being sacrificed by the Palpatine's ability in order to remove the shield out of the Greedo, so the Greedo actually has to trade with the Emperor's Guard. So still a good operation for Merlin, because this allows him to get rid of the Emperor's Guard and still has enough resources to kill the Urans. Currently, Merlin decides to kill the opponent threats and basically take control of the board instead of dealing damage to the base, which I think is the only choice that you can make. I think if you keep this Yularans alive, it's just gonna heal too much, and it's gonna be counterproductive. So he focuses on managing the board entirely. Both players are going through the motion relatively quickly. Yeah, so at this stage, I think if you are Palpatine, you feel relatively comfortable. You manage to ramp once. There's a board, but the board is not massive. And obviously, the longer the game goes, the better it becomes for you. And here it goes. Merlin starts to deal the first piece of damage. Okay, so is this good? A blue dice? Okay, the blue dice makes it very hard to see. I hope yeah, I'll send this as a feedback here to make sure that there's counters on the base that are very visible, because this one is not very visible. This one is not very visible at all. Anyway. Short Troopers follow up here. The Short Trooper is actually a 4-3 at this stage. The Short Trooper is a card that we haven't seen a whole lot in Shadow of the Galaxy, but I think it's still a card that is very valid. And here we're going to see Lompike being played for the smuggle cost. Okay, so, and looks like both players are going through the motion relatively quickly here. And so far, a good position to be in. I think he's only taken 4 damage. Yeah, I see the blue dice here has a 4 damage on it, so he took 4 damage on his base. Very reasonable amount of damage to take. He's a bit behind on board, but as I said, he's managed to ramp twice now, so he has this. He's going to be able to get out his Palpatine at the same time as opponent is getting a Carl Saxon out, which is pretty massive. When this happens as a Palpatine player, you feel very comfortable. So yeah, I think Gar Saxon actually has a chance to win this matchup, in my opinion. But he needs to be playing, be able to really take on the aggression, and I don't think the version that Merlin is playing is really the best one in order to fight a Palpatine deck, because as I said, he's a lot more slower, a lot more mid-rangey focus. And here we see the Vader coming out. So this Vader won't be able to kill the Lone Pike on one turn. He's going to, of course, resolve the ability first, see what happens, and then depending on what happens, he'll be able to make his decision whether he wants to ambush or not, and maybe which unit he will want to ambush. At the very least, I think he's going to be wanting to go after the Crafty Smuggler. Oh, nice. He finds a Royal Guard. Unfortunately, no officials in play, so this Royal Guard does not have Sentinel quite yet. And here we go. So we see the Darth Vader coming out, and the Lone Pike can attack whatever he wants, but this is a huge board here coming from the Palpatine players. And here he's gonna go after the. He's thinking whether he wants to attack the Shore Troopers. Okay, that looks like he's gonna. Okay, good. Yeah, so he's gonna kill the Vader, and give himself a shield. And he also gave a shield to the Shore Trooper, I believe. Okay, there should be a shield somewhere. Gar Saxon coming out. So the fact that he gave the shield to Lone Pike is very important, because obviously, so this allows the Lone Pike to get a +1 attack bonus, thanks to Gar Saxon, and more importantly, that allows to not take any damage on the Lone Pike, meaning that the Palpatine won't be able to take control of the Lone Pike later on. So I believe there should be a shield on the Shore Trooper, because in order to give a shield to Lone Pike, you also need to give a shield to opponent units. But I don't know if the players have picked up on that. 4 damage on the base. Once again, that is not super visible, so I do my best to keep track of the HP here. And we see the DL-44 blasters coming out on the Gar Saxon. Once again, smuggle. A lot of cards being smuggled means that and he's gonna attack to attack the base. Okay, this red dice is much more visible here. I believe this is 11 damage on the base now, and now we'll see a follow-up here with the 7th Fleet Defender, which is currently not a 4-3, because I think it's a 4-3 thanks to Gar Saxon. So I believe that the +1 attack bonus on Gar Saxon still applies, right? I'm gonna double check that. Yeah, 11 damage on the right. Okay, and the screen started to go super blurry. I'm gonna report that. There you go. So we're only getting started, guys, so apologies for any technical difficulties. I've reported that the screen became suddenly very blurry. So Amiral Piet has been played. So Amiral Piet is a massive threat. As soon as you get a Piet in play, so indeed the shield has been placed on Darksaber, the screen looks like it's been fixed. So that means that now the he's once again giving a shield to the Shore Trooper, giving a shield to Lone Pike, and thanks to the +1 attack bonus, and thanks to the attack bonus, he gets to kill defeat the Emperor's Guard in one shot. The Piet means that obviously this Emperor Guard adds Sentinel, and now anything that costs 6 or more basically get to have ambush, which is a pretty big deal. You cannot really let a Piet alive too long in the later stage of the game, because the amount of value that it provides is just absolutely insane. Giving ambush to those super large units is just a big problem. So 11 damage on the base right now for Palpatine. So Palpatine feels very comfortable as part of the game. He also has a Shore Trooper has 2 shield on it, which is also something to be considered. And looks like the Short Trooper here has enough attack to finish off the Gar Saxon. I believe because of Gar Saxon's ability, he should get back the blaster back in his hand. So a bit of a misplay here from the Gar Saxon player here. He should definitely be getting back this blasters. So Bulkin is asking, morning everyone. So good morning, everybody's tuning in for the stream, and he's asking how many players. Currently, I believe we have about 95 players, which is a pretty big number for a tournament like this. I think if you compare this to the 1K tournament we see in the US, it's definitely a lot larger than anything else we've seen in the US, so that's good. But I'm gonna ask confirmation for the amount of players. I'm gonna ask. Okay, so now there's 21 damage on the base here. 21 damage on the base, so 9 damage to go. So the Gar Saxon players managed to get himself quite a bit of damage. Even though he's behind on board, there's no sentinel units for Palpatine, so all Palpatine has to do is to try to find a way to survive. And if he can do this, he should be able to win the game. He hasn't really benefited too much from the ambush from the Piet, but I believe that the big things is coming. Yeah, exactly, is what I'm talking about here. This Piet, and one of the most powerful combo in the game here, Reinforcement Walker with ambush. And this means that you get to use the on-play ability and then the triggers ability. Looks like he decided to draw the card both times. Did not heal a single time. That is a bold play. That's a very, very bold play. And he does not manage to really kill anything. Just remove the shield out of the commando. Wow, this is honestly crazy risky that he decided to not heal a single time. And now Snapshot Reflexes comes out for 6 damage into the base. And now he's at 27 here. Very greedy. I would have definitely healed both times here. 27, so any of the threats here, Greedo and 7th Fit Defender, are lethal. Damn, this is really tough. Okay, yeah, I confirm that there's indeed 95 players in the tournament right now, which is a pretty good amount. Piet being sacrificed so he can kill the Greedo, but the problem is the 7th Fit Defender is still there, and I believe there's 27 damage on this base here. No, I think there's 24 damage. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, there's 24 damage on the base, so he's not quite dead. But any boost spells here, a Surprise Strike would win the game. I don't know if Merlin plays Surprise Strike. Yeah, 24 damage, not 27. Sorry. So the 7th Fit Defender indeed is not lethal. And if you the commando definitely is. So he needs to find a way to kill the commando at the very least. Looks like Lompike is going to give a shield to the 7th Fit Defender and is going to finish off the commando. 3 additional damage, so now we are definitely at 27 damage on the base. Now 4 damage, so that 28 damage on the base. No buff spells, but all he has to do here is take the initiative. And I don't think there's anything the Palpatine can do here. Yeah, I think this is game. Here we go. Game 1 goes to the Gar Saxon player. As predicted, the shield is indeed an extremely important asset in this matchup because it makes it so every threat is very difficult to kill. Okay. Yeah. I agree. So Kane Curran feels like the PAL player punted that one. I agree. He should have done a double heal on the Reinforcement Walker. Not only he did not heal, he didn't even once. He went for the double draw. As from the game, you're so far ahead. You don't need the draw. I mean, I understand that Traitorous is a good card, and he wanted to draw that Traitorous. Yes, Gar Saxon won the first game. So I understand why he wanted to draw that Traitors, but in my opinion, definitely at this point, he should have definitely gone for the double heal. All he has to do at this point is survive, and the game is his. And decided to be greedy and get those extra cards. But to be honest, it's on theme with Palpatine, right? Palpatine is a greedy character, so is a greedy character. So there you go. We'll give one game to 0 now for Merlin. So we're getting to game 2. Let me take a look at the sideboard and see what kind of sideboard they are able to do. So in the sideboard, there's going to be I'm going to take a look at the sideboard for Gar Saxon. Got a couple of confiscates. I hasn't seen the traders. I don't know if this game is open deck list, so I don't know if they know. If they know about each other's deck list. Bazine might make it to the list. Oh my god, he has Avenger in his list as well. Avenger is risky against Palpatine because he can take control of it. So I believe he's gonna, if he knows the opponent is playing Traitors, for sure he's gonna have the confiscate. Otherwise, not so sure. Maybe the Bazine will make it to the list. It depends on what he wants to take out. As for the Palpatine player, he does have confiscate sideboard as well, which is definitely gonna make it in. Felder Dragon, I think, is very good against Gar Saxon because units have very high attack values, so Felder Dragon will definitely be in there. And probably some Strike True for additional removals, but as I said, damage-based removal against Gar Saxon, not the best because there's just so many units with shield. I'm still confident that I'm still confident that this is a good matchup for Palpatine. So here you go. So this is message from Swoop Racers. Awesome to see the coverage. Is it round 1? Yes, it is round 1, and we just had the first game. By the way, if you guys don't know about the Swoop Racers, they're amazing content creators. They make very high level content for Star Wars Unlimited, so check them out. Antonio Martinez, are you going to comment the Inferfest 300 players tournaments coming out in 2 weeks? I'm not going there, that's for sure, because I'm going to Manchester in 1 week. That's already enough tournaments action for me. But I'll be, of course, super excited to cover the tournament. Ooh, so sorry, we are back to game 2. Scanning Officer comes out and does basically put to the bin two cards with Smuggle, so a very good Scanning Officer to at least. And also prevent your opponent from playing anything on turn 1. This is one of the best Scanning Officers I've ever seen. Completely blanking the turn 1 of his opponent, and at the same time getting rid of 2 Smuggle cards. Follow up here with the Super Laser Technician. Once again, players are going through the motion pretty quick, and the first 2 damage going into the base with the Scanning Officers attacking. Scanning Officer is a card that I was interested in. It's a card that basically I think is very good in the meta where there's a lot of Smuggle, and I think we are in a meta with a lot of Smuggle, which makes this card just a very solid. Snapshot Reflexes was equipped to this Inferno Fall for 3 damage to the base. And follow up here with the client. And that's going to be a command, so command will be used for buffing. So for an additional for 2 experience on the Scanning Officer and additional resource. And he's gonna go and decides to go after the shield of this. He could try to deal more damage to the base, but I think he prefers to stabilize the board, and I think that's what he needs to do in this matchup. The priority is definitely the defender, and he needs to make sure that he keeps the board nice and clean. So Inferno 4 untapping, and despite the scanning officer, I think it's a decent recovery for the Gar-Saxon player. He's going to finish off the scanning officer by attacking with the client, but it means that now the client will die to Super Laser Technician. So that's okay. He doesn't even attack with Super Laser Technician. Decides to crack it with the Palpatine. That allows him to draw a card. If he didn't need that resource, that's fine. And Inferno 4 goes for the swing for an additional 3 damage. So that's 8 damage on the base now. I think it's a 8-4. And Conspicuous, I forgot his name. If anybody has the name of this card. So conspicuous scrum, something like that. Anyway, this guy comes to play, heals 1, and then he taps down for a ping. On the other side, we'll see a Gideon Ask. Gideon Ask is a very good card. As when he kills stuff, he gets experience, and when he gets experience, he also gets a +1 attack bonus from his. And he's going to go for a swing right now. The Conspicuous actually tapped down to deal 1 to it. That means it will be able to be stolen by the Palpatine. But this is not happening this turn, is it? Does he have 8 resources? Yes, he does have 8 resources. So he can actually summon the Palpatine and steal this Gideon right away. This is excellent pickup here because it means every time he's going to use a removal to kill something, he gets to give an experience to something. Another attack here coming from the Inferno 4. This time coming back for heal 1. And now this is a comfortable situation to be in for the Palpatine player, and I think he should be able to stabilize this. And that's going to be a Rival's Fall on the Palpatine. That's pretty strong, but I think Palpatine is one of those expensive leaders that doesn't care so much about Rival's Fall because obviously the deed has already been done. The deed has already been done, and the steal has already happened. So now we got 15 damage on the base for the Palpatine player, and I think only 4 on the. But Gar-Saxon has not been deployed yet. Attack for another 4 for 19 damage. Gideon's going to go for the swing as well. If he doesn't find an answer to this Inferno 4, this is going to start to become a problem. 19 damage on the base is no small feat, and here the Gar-Saxon's coming out. And that's going to be answered immediately here with a Maul. Maul has exactly enough damage to kill the Gar-Saxon, and he's going to redirect all the damage on the Conspicuous, on the 1-3, in order to prevent Maul from taking any damage at all. And he's going to get an experience as well from the Gideon, and don't forget that Maul has Overwhelm, which means that he can actually race and deal and really put a lot of pressure on his opponent. So this is the moment of the game where, oh yeah, and perfect. Now he has the removal, so he decides to play Confiscate here to remove the Snapshot Reflexes on Inferno 4. So Inferno 4 still alive, and keep in mind there's a lot of buff in the Gar-Saxon's deck, meaning that he can it's still a winnable game here for the Gar-Saxon player. As long as he has at least 1 threat on the board, he has a chance to win. So he's going to be able to go for an attack, and it looks like. So yes, he's going to attack for putting his opponent on 21, 9 HP left on the Palpatine's base. But now this is going to be is it going to be a race? If definitely Palpatine does not want to put itself in a racing situation, it wants to stabilize and get rid of this Inferno 4, and that's going to be a Super Laser Blast. Wow, this Super Laser Blast is actually very good for Gar-Saxon as you get rid of 2 major units. With that being said, I'm not so sure if this is so advantageous for him, because now that there's no more threat on the board, all Palpatine has to do is to repopulate that board, and now so basically Gar-Saxon got rid of that important unit for him. So I'm not sure if this is so advantageous here for the Gar-Saxon player. Is this what I was saying earlier? I think if his deck was a bit more aggressive focused, if he had, like, let's say some surprise strike in hand, and he would have managed to put himself in a situation of maybe and if Palpatine does not find a removal to deal with this the Inferno Fall, he could have put himself in a winning situations. While here he is more of a controlly deck, so he decides to reset the board, and I don't know if it's a sole advantage. So the Commando comes out. Commando with shield means that he has Sentinel, but once again, the Super Laser Technician is going to be sacrificed with Palpatine's ability, was to draw a card. And now the Bazine. Okay, I'm not sure how good his Bazine at this stage. There's just so many cards in hand. I'm not sure which one he decided to remove. Sorry, I won't be able to see that card. It was under a flare. But the opponent gets to draw a card. That was, oh, thank you. That was an Overwhelming Barrage. Thank you very much for showing that to us. Definitely Overwhelming Barrage is a card you want to get rid of, for sure. But with Piet in play, it means that every single unit that costs 5 or that costs 6 or more has Ambush. And that's obviously a great stabilizer. If you can find a Reinforcement Walker, just like in the previous game, he will be able to secure himself the win, I believe. Keep in mind that he also has the Royal Guard, does have Sentinels thanks to this Admiral Piet, so Piet is really doing the heavy lifting at this point. So Aaron on the right hand side here is thinking about what is going to be his next play. He probably has many options in hand. And he's going to start simply by attacking for 1 with Piet. This is the kind of move you make usually in order to see what your opponent is going to do. And here's there's going to be an Entropy's Lackey. Okay, not exactly what you're looking for. You're looking for answers here at this point, but as soon as as long as he has the Royal Guard in play, I believe he's going to be okay. We are in the stage of the game where the Palpatine player doesn't really want to take any more damage. And look at this, 2 other units here in space. That is not really what he wants, but at least he's going to be able to raise his opponent and see what happens. So yeah, not the most spectacular turn here for the Palpatine player, especially with the amount of card he had in hand. We would expect him to have something really, really good to kind of seal the deal at this point. But I believe the Palpatine has had trouble to have. I think it feels like he has a relatively low to the ground Palpatine's deck, which means that at least he has very low to the ground hands, and this is kind of preventing him from really manage to closing the game to close the game properly. So. DR44 Blaster coming in, 3 damage onto 4 damage, sorry, on the Royal Guard. Not quite enough to kill it, so that's the important factor here for Aaron. And Aaron knows that this Royal Guard is not going to live, so he's going to decide to attack with him first, which is probably the good play. And here we'll see the jetpack is being added to the Commando. Gets a shield as well, which means that now this guy has Sentinel. And we're gonna use. He decided to sacrifice the TIE Fighter to remove the shield. And the Royal Guard is gonna be attacked. And okay, so what's the plan here for Gar Saxon to win the game? I think the plan is to add more threat on the board and hope that opponents cannot answer them all. I think that's pretty much the plan, and if he has just 1 unit that stays alive, he can swing for a pretty big amount of damage. But unfortunately here, Piet will be attacking here to finish off this Commando. And here was a Crafty Smuggler follow-up here. Keep adding threats, and then there's Traitorous. So Traitorous is so good. Oh, gets Confiscate immediately here. Does not even let his opponent steal the card. I don't want you to touch my card with your hands. Get away from my cards. But damage being dealt here. Damage starting to add up on the base. So I think this is 26 damage on the base. So I think this is going to be, yeah, Yularen. Yeah, I think the damage is the whole story here. He managed to kind of stabilize the board, but in the meantime here, this Yularen keep on healing, keep on adding threats, and I feel like the Gar Saxon player is currently overwhelmed. He's going to be overwhelmed, yeah, I believe. Okay, what can Gar Saxon do at this point? I think he's dead. I honestly don't think he can do much of anything. We'll see. Okay, takedown on the Entrepreneurs. Like, he decided to not use the ability. He could have put it back to his resource pile, but decided not to. Doesn't really make a big of a difference. Oh, he does have. I can see the glimpse. I can see that he has a Maul in hand, which would be lethal, I believe. Which is another great card to have at this point. And that's it. GG. So Aaron is gonna take game 2. And we're gonna go into game 3 now. So Confiscate definitely made it to. So I believe players know what the opponent has in deck list, because the fact that Merlin had decided to Confiscate immediately, despite not seeing any of the traders in game 1, definitely is the sign that he knows, or maybe he was clever enough to think that the opponent might have traders in his deck. Which is a card that I think is incredibly good. Unfortunately, it's not very well positioned in the current meta. Yeah, so the deck list will probably be available after the tournament, I'm assuming, because organizers have access to them. This is only round 1. I'm getting the list as well. Unfortunately, it's a little bit difficult for me to look at the deck list and command the game at the same time, so I'll try my best to look at the list. Also, players are playing very quickly. I don't know if you guys realize, but so not super easy for me to look at them and comment what's going on at the same time. So it's currently a 1-1. Harkon LOTR is saying, Thorrk, how are you feeling about Luke Green in set 2? I think it's a good deck. I think it's a good deck, but I probably prefer Ray. Ray Green I think is a bit stronger. Even though Luke Green does still have some advantages, like for example having access to Dispatcher Shield is very good. Okay, and sorry, we're right away into game 2 here. The Conspicuous is coming back, and so is the TIE Fighter. And on the other side, we have the Dr. Evazan showing up for the first time. Dr. Evazan is the strongest turn play you can make in the Gal Saxon deck, and I think in this matchup it is very strong, because there's not many ways for the Palpatine deck to really kill it in one shot. He has to use multiple costs to be able to deal with it. With that being said, with the Conspicuous in play, can actually ping the shield off the Dr. Evazan here, the blaster coming out. So this is going to be a swing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 damage into base, which is in one shot is pretty impressive. Follow up here, Phase 3 Dark Trooper. TIE Fighters in the air to try to put a bit of pressure. It's currently 6 damage on the base for the Palpatine players, 2 damage on the base for the Gal Saxon player. And yeah, this is actually, so yeah, the fact that he managed to remove the shield out of Evazan means that this Evazan, what you want to do here, Evazan, the Gal Saxon has the initiative, so what you can do is start, okay, never mind, decided to just kill off the, but what he could have done here, he could have actually sacrificed his Dr. Evazan in order for the opponent to not benefit from the bounty, because if you remember, when Dr. Evazan gets defeated, you get to untap 12 resources. And that's something that now that the Dr. Evazan is without a shield, this is something that the Palpatine player can definitely exploit. So a play here that I could have made is just simply just trade off the Phase 3 Dark Trooper right away, so it doesn't benefit from that downside. But instead decided to go for a takedown, which is a bit more of an aggressive play as he gets to attack into base and deal more damage to the base. And I believe this was a command that's being played, 2 experience on the TIE Fighter, and additional resources being used, but it looks like he hasn't tapped his resources as a result. But he should be tapping down his resources here. But it looks like he decided to take the initiative, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, both players are playing very, very quickly. There's no rush, guys. I think there's more than enough time on the clock. We'll see. So I believe there's 12 damage on the base here for Palpatine. Oh yeah, no, never mind. He actually played the command. Oh my god, this is so confusing. So command, I think he decided to use the command to kill Dr. Evazan. I'm very confused right now. And players are playing so quickly. Yeah, basically command cannot target unique units. So if he used the command to deal damage, should have been. Maybe he played another card I didn't see. Sorry. Well, I'm just going to assume that I'm wrong here. I didn't see a card. Maybe he played a Strike True or something. Anyway, follow up here with the Will Charlson, and obviously this. Oh my god, the players are playing so quickly. The scanning officer comes out, doesn't find anything with bounty, and so obviously this thing is gonna sacrifice it, and then he's gonna with Palpatine, and is probably gonna take control of that Charlson using Palpatine, which will put Palpatine in a very, very good position. So I believe the Palpatine player is in a very good position. Hasn't taken too much damage on the base, so 12 damage on the base. Gar Saxon has not been used yet. Obviously attacks first with Charlson in order to cash in the damage before the Palpatine comes out. Okay. Overwhelming Barrage killed the Doctor. Thank you, Kotul. So that was, yeah, things happened very quickly, so I was a bit confused. So yeah, the Palpatine comes out, take control of the Charlson, and this is obviously such a spectacular card to take control of. It's currently a 6/5, will protect the base against Gar Saxon, and Gar Saxon is going to have to pull something very spectacular here to break through in this lower part of the board. In the meantime, this 4/3 TIE Fighter keeps on pounding in space and putting so much pressure. 12 damage, and here goes with the... That's a good one. The jetpack here will allow him to kill the Charlson without losing his Gar Saxon because of the shield. There you go. That's exactly the kind of card I needed. But, oh, very smart here. Palpatine decides to attack the Gar Saxon to prevent it from not taking any damage. But he should have taken some damage on the Palpatine then, I believe. Once again, players are going through the motion so quickly. It's a little bit hard to follow. It's like, in my opinion, in tournaments, you shouldn't be playing that quickly because it's obviously... you're more likely to make mistakes if you play that quickly, unless you are extremely, extremely good at the game. So I believe, yeah, there should be some damage on this Palpatine. I believe 6 damage should be on that Palpatine. Reinforcement Walker, follow up. And this time, he's not going to be as greedy as in game 1. He's going to go for the heal, putting himself back to 16. Gar Saxons is in play. Still alive, 1 HP left. And this is once again a good situation to be in. I think the actually it's an 18-16, I believe. (18-16), and initiative goes to Gar Saxon. What is the thing that you're looking for at this point? Maybe a super laser blast, but I think would be a good one to have, because, or just simply a target removal against the reinforcement walker. Yes, it does indeed have the Rival's Fall against the reinforcement walker here. Excellent. And here the follow-up. Oh my god. 6 damage overwhelm. And he will have to lose his maul as a result, but still be able to deal with the Gar Saxon that was ready and deal a ton of damage to the base. And then it's at 22. He's going to go up to 26 with the attack from the Palpatine. So 26. And the heal coming out after. That's pretty big deal. I believe is 15 damage to the base. Okay. 15 to 26. Oh yeah, okay. So yeah, he sacked the tie to deal 1 to Gar. Okay. Yeah, I think it doesn't matter because he has lethal with Palpatine anyways. Ooh, that's a vigilance. Will it kill the conspiracies? I don't think it's really changing the game that much. It's basically just delaying the inevitable. And okay, so the reason why he didn't take damage from the Palpatine is because he sacked a unit, so he didn't take damage back with. Okay, that makes sense. He attacked base and then removed the shield with. Okay, cool. It all makes sense now. So scanning officer comes out. Yeah, I always, like, unless it's very flagrant, I always assume that I've seen something wrong because the players are playing very quickly, so sometimes it's easy to miss something. And then Palpatine comes out for an attack. follow up here with the shore troopers, and yeah, now it's basically just completely taken over the game. Kotul is probably particularly interested, so Kotul in the chat here, probably particularly interested here in this matchup as he's a big fan of double green. And this is going to be when all he has was basically proactive threats. And once the ball is completely taken control of, there's nothing that the opponents can do. And I believe the Palpatine player could have won the game 1 as well. So it does pretty much confirm that this matchup is extremely favorable for Palpatine. I think that if you want to win this matchup as Gar Saxon, you need to be playing something a lot more aggressive to basically be able to put enough pressure on the Palpatine player before it gets online. Okay guys, well, thank you so much for following that first game, and we're gonna go on a little bit of a break until the next round. Thank you for following so far, and I'll see you for round 2.
Like that's the kind of key number is you get to the 6 resource turn, hit them for 7, but it's like when
Hello, everybody. My name is Joe. Welcome to the UKTC GT series here for the Star Wars Unlimited card game. I am with your round one winner, Aaron. Aaron, how are you feeling for that?
Pretty good. I thought I'd lost, to be honest. So I'm pretty buzzed now.
That's incredible. So talk me through that. Why did you feel like you'd lost that game?
So that's the first game, took initiative, and clearly didn't see the lethal anymore.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking, no, I let him wait for the damage. I didn't see the lethal on board.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh. And then I was pretty like, but then I came back into it. Just
Absolutely right. Like the amount of resource you have by the end of that game is incredible. I think it takes a real strong mental fortitude, especially if you've had that first game when you feel like it's not going your way, you made a bit of a mistake. What kind of made you go like kind of rally back up and be able to win those last two games?
I think I was quite lucky in the fact that you can see some of like the long pipes in turn 4 because it's such a well-started unit with such a good ability for just keeping damage on and keeping them dying and stuff, and just shield hackers everywhere. And then I just ramped through it. Because I think if you get to, you can ramp up these once with Palpatine against Darth Saxon.
Yep.
When he flips, you can hopefully have the maul in hand. And I'm playing 2 mauls, whereas most of this are only side of them.
Yeah.
And I went up to 3 in the side, and it's just such a clean answer to the Darth Saxon when he flips.
Yeah.
Because he really wants to flip it and then immediately put an upgrade on it to make it like a 7 with a shield. And just do 7 damage to your base.
Yeah, incredible. The strategy is so well thought out there as well. I wanted to touch a little bit on the deck that you're playing today. Now, Star Wars is such a really diverse game where you've got so many leaders and bases that can do well. What made you go for this leader when there's probably a couple of strategies that might be top of the meta?
To be honest, so I was playing Boba, have all the cards.
Yeah.
And I just prefer Palpatine, honestly. Yeah, I just find it more of a much enjoy games. Yeah, and I think I play better because I enjoy it. Whereas, like a lot of time with anything aggro, I think the choice has been something about Boba. I just feel like you win games when you shouldn't win. Yeah, and I prefer to help teams which get a better. I just enjoy it more. And the games where it goes long against control, it's just so much more enjoyable than playing aggro.
Yeah, and that's it.
For me.
And that's the most important thing, right? You're the player, you want to have the most fun with the right deck that you're playing. So, absolutely. And I think this game, what did you say about Star Wars Unlimited, the way that it lets you pick whatever kind of like lead or strategy you enjoy, does that still give you that competitive edge, picking the right deck for your playstyle?
Yeah, I think it's a good sign because like there is stuff on top of the meta like over Sabine and here, just a couple of point them up. But I think there's a lot of stuff in like tier 1.5. There's a lot of variety between like Palpatine and Saxon and stuff. Like it's always there, but it's right at the top. But I think it was to play a lot of stuff. If you don't do it, play a lot, you experience and it catches you well.
And that's incredible. And any shout outs that you want to provide any friends or family?
Hopefully, Matt Woodgate and Trevor are watching.
I hope you are. And thank you so much for tuning in. If you're not, then we're highly disappointed.
Yeah,
both of us here if you're not. But if you are, thank you so much. Not yet, anyway. We'll see how far you get into the tournament before.
Okay.
And my last question for you is, how has the event been so far? We're only 1 round in, but how do you feel about the venue? How's the tournament been?
It's been really good. We started on time. I don't know what it's like out there for the other people. How many people finished? I'm going to start round 2 because that kind of depends on the tournament goes. But it's been really good. Yeah. And stuff. I'm good.
Amazing stuff. Aaron, thank you so much for joining me. Best of luck for the rest of your round.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
If you do well, we'll see you later on.
Hopefully.
Fantastic.
Cheers.
Back to you over at the casting desk. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, back to the tournament here. I hope you guys are having a good time. We just had the round 1 wrapping up. It was the Palpatine green piloted by Aaron, who ended up winning the first round, at least on our stream, and we're gonna get ready to for round 2. So without further ado, let's get into it. Oh, sorry, wrong. There you go. We're getting ready for round 2. So we got Boba yellow on the left hand side, piloted by Luke, and on the right hand side we have a Rey red piloted by Sam. So it's going to be an interesting matchup. Rey red was kind of the hotness of the early stages of the meta. It got progressively replaced by the new Han red, because a lot of people consider it to be a faster. Basically one of the big problem of the blue white shells historically has been that it's been a little bit too slow for the meta, and the fact the speed provided by Han really helped out a lot. And this is why people are kind of gone away from Rey and playing more of like Han Solo in this place. So we'll see exactly how it goes as we are moving into the first round. Players have drawn their hands. I believe this is a good matchup for Boba Yellow, because bounce spells have historically been extremely powerful against blue-white, generally speaking. And I'm going to be looking through the kind of the deck list here. So yeah, the Boba Fett deck seems to be fairly standard. As for the Rey deck, it also means it's very, very mid-range focus. Not too much late game. It's very, very mid-rangey. Yeah, it's not playing anything particularly. It's very old school in the sense that it's really the kind of Rey deck you would have expected from the early series of the meta, playing Moisture Farmer notably. So I believe this should be a good matchup for Boba Yellow, but Boba Yellow is the kind of deck that sometimes loses to itself. It's not the most stable deck in the game, in the sense that it needs specific tools and specific moments to win games. It's not, for example, it's a deck that really is a lot more powerful if you draw Cunning. So it's a lot more dependent to a single card than other decks are, in my opinion. And we're gonna see here. We're going to see Sam starting with the initiative, with this beautiful initiative tokens provided by the UKTC tournament. So, as usual, you are watching the UKTC tournament. And this is the round 2. This is not yellow, Super Racer, Yellow Ray, Space Aggro, question mark. No, this is not Yellow Ray, this is a Red Ray, as you can see. And looks like both players have skipped the turn 1, looks like. Yeah, but both the players decided to pass on their turn 1. This is advantageous for Rey, because Rey is typically going to be the defender in this matchup. And this is an open fire. Oh no, open fire is not enough here to kill Boba. 4 damage only. So open fire on Boba, not exactly the most efficient use of open fire, but if you got nothing else to do, might as well do that. And obviously, I would expect that he has a plan to finish it off. But yeah, this is obviously a little bit awkward. This is not something you want to be doing on turn 2. And yeah, very unusual here, start of the game here, with both players kind of skipping their turn 1, and turn 2 is just simply just open fire on Boba Fett. And now, so yeah, as I said, the longer the game goes, the better it is for Rey. It has tons of ways to recover HP, tons of ways to tons of very expensive, powerful late game units. But yellow, Boba, not the most, not the fastest deck in the world, but a lot of ways to bounce big units. Here we see, for example, K2SO, another card that gets really hard countered by Cunning sometimes. Bouncing a K2SO feels very powerful. Here it goes. The Waylay here on the K2SO. buy a significant amount of time here for to protect this, and even has a unit to go alongside it. That's going to be a mercenary gunship. So mercenary gunship has been, of course, a 2-drop for a lot of decks, because obviously it can be played in any deck. It's a 3-2-4-2 in space, which is very solid. With that being said, the downside is pretty significant in my opinion, especially in an aggro deck, because typically if you're playing this in a very defensive deck, you're going to be able the goal is to trade with an opponent space unit relatively early on, which means that you're not going to suffer from the downside. If you're playing something a little bit more aggressive, then the idea is to not it getting killed, is to basically pound to the base and hope it's not going to be interacted with, in which case the downside of having this unit being stolen from you is a lot more significant. With that being said, we'll see if it actually matters in this game. We're going to start here with Moisture Farmer coming down. This is very late for Moisture Farmer. Moisture Farmer, I believe, is a fantastic turn 1 play, but then beyond turn 1, it becomes a lot slower. But we'll see if he has something good to play alongside it here. Mercenary Gunship attacks before it gets stolen. Very smart. You do not want this to get stolen here. So, thankfully, players are using now the official tokens. Makes it a lot more visible for us to see how much damage there is in the base. And the K2SO follow-up here once again, the one that got bounced the turn before. And the follow-up here, oh, this is great. Yeah, this is exactly basically in a nutshell, this is the reason why Boba Yellow does so well versus blue-white decks in general. It's just the amount of bouncing. And one of the ways you can counteract this is, once again, if you're playing the Young Han, and the ability to play those units a lot earlier is just super, super helpful. Because you end up in those situations where you can basically play those units 1 turn earlier, and then those units getting bounced is not as big of a deal. The Moisture Farmer will be killed by Boba, and suddenly the bolt position is huge. Oh my god, even the DL44 blasters has enough resources. Perfect Boba turn here for the Boba players. Could have put him so far ahead. 5 damage to the base. And as you can see here, this open fire on turn 2 was extremely awkward, ended up not doing anything here good for the Ray deck. So obviously, next turn is going to be the Ray turn, so it's going to be potentially a much better turn for the Ray players. Yeah, so, yeah, but again, it's not your screen, the quality of the stream is not that great, but very thankfully, we get at least something. Yeah, the quality of the stream is not amazing. I do apologize for this. It's not. It's I'm guessing as we get the tournament is gonna grow in popularity. They're gonna be able to get better cameras to get better footage. With that being said, everything, if you know the cards already, everything is perfectly readable. At least it is for me. I hope it is for you too. So Daring Raid comes out to finish off the Boba Fett that got damaged earlier, but you see this Daring Raid could have been used. So this is, at least he got some value out of those open fires 3 turns earlier, but he's just taking so much damage here, like 14 damage to the base now. Let's see what else he can do. He needs something to kind of block this ground arena. Unfortunately, I cannot think about anything that would... actually, a villager, a defender here would be nice. The 2-2 shielded for 3 could do a very good job. That's going to be a K2S, so that's not really blocking anything, unfortunately. With that being said, Ray does have Restore 3, so if you can get a couple of attacks from Ray, we'll be able to stabilize, to at least keep his head out of the water. The turn for Boba Yellow is there. What is the plan here? So I don't think he wants to kill this K2SO. The K2SO is really not accomplishing a whole lot. So I think it just basically should focus on the base and try to get damage going and put his opponent in a position where he has to basically block everything, because then everything is in range of Surprise Strike. This is really the spot you want to be in as a Boba Yellow, not even counting the possibility of getting Fire Spray out of nowhere. Here you go. There's 17 damage to the base now with the attack of the Cantina Bouncer. And so Ray is now basically tap out, which is going to deploy Ray and hope this opponent doesn't have a blaster. A blaster or surprise strike would basically one-shot Ray. Ray is very much a unit that you are interested in dealing with if you're playing Boba, because of the Restore 3. Every attack is just so impactful. But he has plenty of answers. Also could go for He also could go for a no good to me dead on Ray, would also be very effective. This is also a good moment to fire off a cunning if he has one, because when you put in a tap out like this, you know that nothing can happen. You can just simply just tap down Ray, give a +4 attack bonus to Boba, and then you can just go 8 to the base, and that would put opponent down 25. Exactly, this is exactly what it does here. Cunning, yeah, exactly what it does here. He's hearing my thoughts. +4 attack on Boba, tap down the Ray to prevent the restore, then it's going to go for the swing, and a opponent is a 20, is a 25. Ooh, this is a 4th throw here. And the super Chad move here would have been to discard his own card and kill the Boba, and that would have been like insanely impactful. Unfortunately, maybe he doesn't have cards that are big enough in the hand to be able to one-shot the Boba. He's going to attack his opponent in hand, force a discard, and defeat the mercenary gunship. I think this is a pretty decent play. It's a pretty good play, but unfortunately, it's not really doing what it wanted to do. After the attack of the Boba, he's going to be at 25. And then once you're 25 against Boba, it's going to be very difficult to recover from that. Not impossible, of course. The Ray deck has plenty of ways to heal, but still a very dangerous situation to be in. Obviously, he's going to have initiative, and Ray with Resource Ray will be able to attack. Unfortunately, won't be able to really defeat anything. And so yes, he can heal, but at the same time, if he's not really defeating anything, he's still in great danger. So we're now getting into a new turn. Sam is in great danger. Sam playing as Ray on your right hand side, and he's gonna try to find a way to stabilize this. Oh. So apparently it does have redemption in hand. I haven't seen that. I try to not pay too much attention to what players have in hand, but yeah, definitely a redemption here would be useful to recover health. Redemption is one of the best cards, but he's not yet there. He's gonna need to survive one more turn. Here's the Obi-Wan Kenobi coming down. So Obi-Wan is not a great card against Boba Yellow because this is simply too many ways for Boba Yellow to bounce it. Cunning, Waylay, but maybe he doesn't have... Oh, he does have the Waylay. So I think that's game over. I don't think he can do anything here. The Ray will attack to try to restore and deal the first 3 damage to the base. At least he can say that he scrapped the base a little bit. And he's going now to 22. And the Boba is coming out. And 26 to the base now, untapping 2 resources. 26. K2SO, go for an attack. Into the base once again. And he's not quite dead, because the counter bouncers can only deal 3, but at this point, even a shoot first will finish the game, just so close to opponent death. And keep in mind, obviously the Boba player still has 6 resources left. He could have a fire spray in hand to finish the job. Yeah, just 1 damage away from the win he is at this point. 6 damage, that's a fire spray. And that's going to be an attack for the kill. So, Luke takes game 1. I mean, obviously not Luke Skywalker, but Luke the player. And he did the 4th throw earlier against the mercenary gunship. I really wonder if he had something that had 7, that cost 7 in his hand. If he had a card in his hand that could have been discarded, then he could have discarded his own expensive card in order to deal with the Boba, and this way stabilize the game. Even if it means doing a 2-for-1, at this point when you're playing against Boba, you really need to do everything that's needed to stabilize. And I realize that my camera has been basically on stop the entire time. Sorry about that. Cameras have a tendency to freeze out whenever you change scene, which is very annoying. Okay, so we're now getting ready for game 2, and so And we'll see a little bit what kind of sideboard they have. Let's take a look. So sideboard going on for the Ray player. Not a whole lot here. Some anti-aggro, so basically 2 regional governor, 2 tech, 2 dynamic fang fighters, 2 bombing run, 2 full surrender. Maybe regional governor to name cunning, but outside of this, not really a whole lot going on in the sideboard for Ray. As for Boba, he does have some no good to me dead, which I believe will be useful in this meta. As in this matchup, it's very good against Poe, very good against K2SO. It's really good against Luke and even against the leader Ray. So just a very good card. And then got some Body Rook, which could be useful. There's quite a few events in his opponent's deck, and obviously Change of Heart is very good. There's so many large units. It's like one more weapon that you can use. I believe so. In my opinion, if you're playing Ray, one of the best cards you can have in this matchup is Redemption. And Ray does play 2 copies of Redemption in his main deck. Redemption is so good against Boba because it comes into play, heal you for a bunch. The fact that the unit is only going to have like 1 health is not really going to matter so much. You get to heal your base for a lot. And then, if the opponent decides to bounce with a Waylay or something, it's okay because you can replay it. And obviously, it blocks Fire Spray, and it also kills Fire Spray whenever. So it's one of the best cards you can have in this matchup. But you need to get there. In the previous game, of course, Sam did not even get to the 8 resources. And now we're getting ready here for game 2 between 2 players. The game 1 was very weird with basically both players keeping their turn 1. It is something that is advantageous for the Ray player, I believe, to some extent, but it really depends. With that being said, Boba Yellow doesn't really have that many great turn 1 plays, so... But this time, he definitely does. I can see a Mercenary Gunship in his hand, so that's probably going to be the opening play for Luke. And here, nice. That's going to be an A-Wing. A-Wing can kill the Mercenary Gunship, but will have to die as a result. He does have an alternative. Okay, looks like he does have a Greedo. That's a good alternative. Ray can be an aggressive deck if it wants it to be, like a experience token on A-Wing can allow him to swing for 4 per turn and then for 5 on the turn after. But I don't think racing is the good idea against Boba, because Boba Yellow is one of the best racing deck in the game, in my opinion, with cunning, and also putting a lot of experience on the same card. Very easy to always just a Waylay, not a difficult thing. Nice. Daring Raid here, getting rid of the Greedo, that's huge. That is a huge play. Hopefully he has something good to do with the 2 remaining resources he has. It's a matchup that is very tempo focused. You really need to use efficiently every single resource you have. And here we see the Viper Prop Droid. Unfortunately, did not really show the card at the middle of the board, so didn't quite see everything that was there. I think he has a second. Oh, he does have another A-Wing. He's gonna put an experience token on the A-Wing. Decides to put the experience token rather than playing an A-Wing of his own, which is a bit surprising to me. I would have definitely played the second A-Wing personally. For me, playing a second A-Wing is more impactful than putting an experience token on the first A-Wing. Yeah, Koto, I don't think this is a good for Ray. Extra cards for Yellow Boba can be big. Yeah, my thought process is that Boba Yellow is the aggressor, and if he doesn't play any turn 1, that's not... If no players play any turn 1, you are delaying the game. But I could be wrong about that. Like, it really depends on what is the turn 1. Boba Yellow's turns 1s are really not that great. So... Anyway, so... this turn 2 play here, just a Viper probably not the greatest turn 2 play here for Boba. So, definitely a good... It was a good turn 2 for Ray. Able to get rid of the Greedo, keeping the A-Wing, putting some experience, but I think it could have been even better if the second A-Wing would have been even better. And here, see the cunning. You see, this is a reason why experience tokens are kind of a double-edged sword in this matchup. As I was saying earlier, the unit can get bounced and then get +4 attack to the Viper Probdoid. A-Wing is going to be replayed, and now +4 attack here, and that's going to be a swing for 7 here with this Viper Probdoid. a bit risky to play Cunning so early because opponents is basically tap out. Could have some removal to get rid of the Viper Proto. He already knows opponent's plays open fire. So that was a bit risky, but it worked out for him as he managed to connect with his attack and double A-Wing on the other side. So ball position still favoring Rey, but damage favoring Boba as he's heading toward his big turn. But going full space against Boba can be effective as he doesn't have that many ways to interact, doesn't have any sentinels in space, doesn't have any ambush unit in space. So, and those are small units, so having to play something like a bounce to get rid of them, not necessarily the most effective. Surprise strike coming out for a 6 attack into base. So this is the kind of play that you want to do in the later stage of the game as a finisher, not something you want to do early on. So I'm assuming he doesn't have anything better to do. But yeah, the surprise strike here, definitely you have to feel happy when you see this from the opponent. And now it's going to be a pillage here. Wow. Okay. So how many cards does the Boba Yellow has? I'm probably more than 2 because he's currently pondering what he needs to discard. But this discard can be huge. Double space units is going to be discarded on Mercenary Gunship. Could have been useful to contest the space arena from those A-Wing, but I currently don't think that's the plan that Luke is going for. Luke is going full on aggro. An experience token on one of the A-Wing is going to be the follow-up play. And this game is going to be a full blown out race. Okay, quality as... yeah. So, DL44 blasters has been equipped on Boba. And Boba is currently going for a swing at 6. I apologize. Yeah, okay, we're back into a regular quality. This is going to be a race, and this is a race that the Boba player is absolutely 100% winning at this point. So, usually you don't want to play Surprise Strike so early in a game, but in this case, he's currently winning the race by a long shot. He's basically at 19 damage against 11. And now all he has to do is basically answer whatever sentinels Rey is going to put down on the battlefield. As I said, the Boba deck is the king of racing. So I think one of the big moment of this game was that when the Cunning was played and Sam did not have any answers to that was a big deal. Also the Pillage. Pillage is kind of a tricky card against Boba because playing a card that costs 4 and doesn't have any impact on the board can be very tricky. So I wonder if you had anything better to play than Pillage, maybe that would have helped. But playing a Pillage whenever you're in a racing situation is not really what you want to do. And here spending an entire turn doing only that put him really very much on the back foot. Attack from Boba again. Now it's at 25 damage on the base against 11. That is not a comfortable situation. But let's see what he can do here. Does have an open fire in hand, I can see. You wish he had that earlier, but he's going to play it to get rid of the Viper Probe Droid. And the problem is, like, those multiple A-Wings, they deal a lot of damage, but they also make him lose the initiative. Also keep in mind, of course, that Rey is going to be able to be deployed. Thib, the Rey player is shaking. He isn't making the best decision under pressure. Well, I don't know if he's making any misplay or if he simply just didn't have the greatest hand, but definitely nerve can be a factor in a tournament like this, especially when you're on stream. If you're not used to it, this could be a problem. And here we'll see a Toro come into play. Keep in mind, Toro can get ready if you play another Bounty Hunter. We're going to see the cards that the ball players are going to be, that he's going to play, be a lot worse than they used to, because obviously he's basically on top deck mode at this point. And that's going to be a 4th throw first to basically get rid of the last card the opponent has. He could have deployed the Rey first, but he was too afraid his opponent was going to draw the card before. So I think it's a right play from Sam to play the 4th throw before, because I think he was too afraid the opponent was going to play that card. Thib, I reckon I've seen Luke in his hand. Last game he could have 4th throw himself to kill the Boba. Yeah, I did not see what big card he has in hand. I was hoping he would do that, but unfortunately he didn't. Either he made a mistake, or either he didn't have any expensive card in hand. For this, I cannot tell. And that's going to be another DL444 blasters coming out too on Toro. You can see here how impactful. I believe DL44 blaster is unique. So if he plays the DL44 blasters on Toro, the other one has to be discarded. So I'm just going to report that very quick. Yeah, I'm gonna report that very. But you can see, of course, the DF44 Blast is such a good card. Whenever you're getting heavily discarded like this, like bounty cards is just very useful. The fact that there's so many bounty cards in play and yet Pillage is still a good card is kind of a testament of how powerful that card is and how powerful it would have been if it would have been in Spark would have been in the main set. Rival's Fall comes out against Boba, but here's the last attack from Toro here. So, yeah, unfortunately, I don't think they caught the mistake on time. I'm pretty sure it's a mistake. Maybe it's not DF44 Blaster, but I believe DF44 Blaster is unique, so you can't have two 44 Blasters side by side. Correct me if I'm wrong. But anyway, it's probably too late to correct that error. Oh, it's not unique? Oh, okay, never mind. So that's my bad. Sorry. Okay, so, well, game 2 wins for Boa. 2-0 victory here, not really a surprise in my opinion, because, as I said, it is such a good matchup. All those very big units can very easily be dealt with, can very easily be bounced, and I don't think Sam was super well prepared for the matchup. For example, he didn't have a single. He was not super well prepared for the matchup, I feel like. Didn't have a single sideboard card that is really effective in this matchup. He had like the Regional Governor. Regional Governor is in sideboard, not exactly the best card to deal with Boba. It's fine, like it's gonna have a bit more hate against Cunning and stuff, but it's not really the kind of card that you want to see. I believe that as a sideboard card in this matchup, ideally, you want to get more additional copies of Redemption, and you want to basically get a better start. You want to get some cheaper, I would say, generally speaking, like cheaper Sentinel units is also very helpful. Is also a good thing. Anyway, thank you for following this round 2, and I'll see you next for either probably the winner's interview or for round 3, and I'll see you soon.
here. I'm with your round 2 winner, Luke. Luke, how are you feeling after that game?
Okay, it didn't go perfectly, but to be fair to Sam, his game didn't go perfectly as well. Like, his first game, he didn't get to spin one play. I didn't get to spin one play either. Second game, he didn't get a unit, so but he went. Yeah, I just did as much damage as I can, and we kind of broke. So I played both like I agree.
Which is very strange, isn't it, really? Considering Boba's supposed to be a lot more of a controlling strategy that you normally go with, but I guess when you see your opponent's got a really slow start like that, you're like, right, I need to start getting in there, getting damage done.
Well, let's just go for it. I can't, didn't matter to me. I thinking, yeah, I think I can pull this off my 6 resource turn. Yeah, let's just go for it. And both games I had the hot shot blasters in like resource power. I thought this is going to be
yeah. Love the confidence there as well. Like, you know what, I'm going to change my normal game strategy. I'm going to get aggressive. I'm just going to win. Turn 6, done and dusted. Thank you very much. Talk me through your deck choice today. So you went with Boba, quite a popular choice as far as Star Wars is involved. What drew you to play Boba?
I normally like to play aggressive decks. I've always done that. And I tried Boba in the early start of the first set. I've never really gone with it. I didn't like the control aspect of it. I've never liked it. But now it's got more tools to be more aggressive. I'm kind of really into it. I love battles. I've always had it as well. Loads of battles, something like that. It's just a cool deck. It's just a cool deck, and it wins as well. So
I'm really loving this theme. So, like, we had our round 1 winner on as well, and he basically said the exact same thing. He's like, look, I've got my favorite deck. I love the strategy. It just works. And I get to do my own thing. And if I win, great. If I lose, at least I'll have fun in the game as well. Would you say that's very representative of what you're saying?
yeah, I credit to FFG as well. It's some games I played. Like your favorite character is the worst thing in the game. It's like you don't want to play it, but at least this, or mostly that, like your favorite character. We can play it, and you especially both of you. Yeah, I love playing it. Yeah, it's probably not my favorite deck, but I really like it.
Incredible. And in terms of your experience today at the event as well, like, how have you found this? How have you found the space? How have you found the tournament so far? Early days.
I've been to some dodgy places before. Very compact.
Hey, keep that to yourself off screen, buddy, whichever dodgy places you've been to.
So you're crammed in like sardines, and it's all hot and sweaty. I love the big open atmosphere. There's plenty of places nearby. You can go outside, get some fresh air dead easily. Yeah, I really like the venue, really like the sort of organised. It's going smoothly as well. But you're not coming in, someone's cleaning off a machine. Take 20 minutes all this. It's just get to your table. So
Also succinct, isn't it? It's just streamless. Like, I've been to those events as well in the past before, where, you know, you've got one guy printing off individual names on a sheet, and everyone runs up to the one sheet on the wall over there, and you're all cramming around trying to get your table.
And I think I've never noticed it before, but this year we've really, I think, with the new tech, when you just use apps and stuff, it's just been so
Exactly. When all those apps work so quickly that you can all pull out your phone and just go, yeah, I'm going to go sit at this table here, and the opponent's already there. You log the win or loss after the game as well. It's just so simple, isn't it?
Definitely. So if you make a mistake, someone can come over, correct it for you. It's not the end of the world. It's going to the system. And I was thinking if you look at the system, you easy learn. It's quite intuitive. Yeah.
First couple of tournaments under your belt, you pick it up straight away, right?
Yeah, it's so easy.
And Luke, last thing from me, any shout outs you want to give?
Big up Team Back, which is awesome source in the Derby, so today. I was supposed to have a t-shirt, but it didn't get organised, so not the store owner's fault, it's my fault or anything. But yeah, Team Back.
This is now the new official t-shirt, Team Bash. It's Team Godzilla.
Yeah, that's it. So yeah, shout out to them. Come with the store owner today, Ian. He's brilliant, and yeah, so we're trying to get some prizes to put together. We don't really care if we win, but it's a good day out.
It's a lovely day out with friends, isn't it? And that's what we do this for in the first place, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Luke, you've been an absolute pleasure. Best of luck for the rest of your rounds, and we'll send you back over to the gas screen now, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, welcome back for the round 3 of the UKTC 1K tournament. So, a few information about the tournament itself. It's been held in Leicester in the United Kingdom and it has 95 players, which makes it, I believe, the biggest 1K tournament ever organized, because there's 1K tournaments in the US, I believe, but I don't think those tournaments ever go over like 32 players. I think the biggest one I've seen was like 32 or 36 players in that area. Maybe I'm wrong, but it's a really great to have so many players for this event. 95 players for a 1K tournament, I think, is very good. And I think it's the biggest Shadow of the Galaxy tournament that we had in Europe, if I'm not mistaken. So so yeah. Anyway, we're currently waiting for the players to sit down, and they're currently taking their seats at the moment. We don't have much information about the metagame at the moment. I'm hoping that we will get more information about how things are shaping up, and obviously I'm expecting to get a full deck list of the players full deck list of the players at some point. Yes, it's a bit of a, so Mervitas, shame there will be no top 8. So the reason why there's no top 8 is because, for organizational reasons, whenever you're doing a 1-day tournament, top 8s are very tricky because they expand the length of the tournaments by a lot. So basically, in order to hold a top 8, you have to hold 4 additional games, right? A top 8, a top 4, and a final. 3 additional games that only concerns a very small amount of players. And this extends the duration of the event by a lot, only for a handful of players. So I believe that top 8 are appropriate whenever you're doing a 2-day tournament, which definitely UKTC is planning to organize in the future. But at the moment, as a first event, I think it's wiser on a 1-day event. I think to respect everybody's time and make sure that everybody gets to get home at a reasonable time, I think it was clever to not make any top 8, even though of course it does make the event a little bit less epic. So So we had one player sitting at the table, but I don't know if he's one of the 2 players playing. He was showing off a Cat Bane green deck, which is very exciting. Usually you see Cat Bane being played with red, because obviously Tarkin Town is an excellent combo with the leader's ability. With the leader's ability, but I don't know if he's going to be one of that he's going to actually play this matchup. We'll see. Players are going to be sitting down soon enough. So far, we've been casting 2 games. We had a Gar Saxon versus Palpatine. Palpatine won 2-1, and we had another matchup was a Boba Fett versus a Ray Red, and Boba Fett's yellow won 2-0. And so far, I'm 100% accurate on my matchup predictions. Oh yeah, so it is a bank holiday in the UK. Okay, so it makes public transport awful. So yeah, the Analyst Dispatch just says it being a bank holiday also makes it tricky. Public transport is awful, and a bank holiday is Sunday. Okay. I don't know what's your impression about like people who live in the UK, but feels like transport in England is like super expensive and not so good. Am I wrong by saying that? Okay, so we have a bit more information about the matchup. It's not going to be Cat Bane, unfortunately. It's going to be Timo versus Holly, and Timo is playing as Sabine ECL, the first of the day, and he's going to be playing as Holly, playing the new Han, but the new Han, but with green. Interesting. So as far as the young Han green that we've seen, there's been two major lists that have come up. We've seen the Han green more like ramp based, which was popular quite early on, and then followed by the Han, more of a swarmy version of Han that is most kind of like try to swarm the board by putting loads of units and try to abuse Reckless Gunslinger and Akbar and of course a Red 3 and that kind of thing. Obviously still playing the pull down run ECL thing. Both decks play very similar cards but behave relatively differently. They're both aggressive decks, but obviously the Swarmy is a bit more value based, while Sabine is always going to be a bit more aggressive. So yeah, Holly is on the left hand side and Timo is playing on the right hand side. So in this matchup, so I don't know exactly what the matchup is going to be. It's definitely going to be very beneficial for Sabine. If the Han is playing like the more of the Ram version, is going to be very beneficial for Sabine. Okay, so I do confirm that the I do confirm that the version of the deck that Han is playing, that Han Green is playing, is indeed an aggressive version. So it's going to be aggro versus aggro with very different colors, just to different leaders. They're both playing very similar cards after checking out the. So those are going to be very good decks, of course. So I would say that so far we've seen pretty much only good decks. Maybe the Gar-Saxon deck was a bit weird, but so far I think everybody plays good deck. I mean, the Ray Red, maybe not as good as the Han, but still a good deck in my book. Just maybe not the best. Anyway, so it's going to be a very interesting game. It's going to be very close. And we're starting here the first round, and Sabine is going to have the initiative. Decide to fire off right away with the Sabine. Yep, goes on the ground. And obviously when you're playing first and you get the Sabine first, it's a huge advantage because your opponent plays like, let's say, Battlefield Marine, you have the initiative, you get to attack first. So that was the plan for the Han deck. He has to now reconsider what he wants to play. There you go, now it's going to be the 2-3, the Renegade. So the Renegade here, not a good matchup versus Sabine. Sabine can simply just take the initiative and just trade with it positively. Actually, it does not trade positively. This is very smart because you deal the damage first, the opponent gets a +1 attack from the Grit, which allows him to trade with the Sabine. So actually, really smart here to play the Renegade because the Renegade will actually trade with Sabine, which makes it a little bit awkward. And of course, gets the R2D2 alongside it. That's one of the big advantages of the Han Swarm deck, is like it gets to play more units than the opponent, thanks to his ability. He gets to play those one resource card for free. And here's the Sabine here. So deals the damage first, which upgrade plus the attack of the attack +1, and then trade. So maybe maybe Holly did not perceive that, and maybe Timo did not perceive that, and now he's losing his Sabine. So not such maybe not the best trade here for the Sabine player. Definitely very happy about this trade if you are the Han player, and you're gonna follow that up with a Cassian, keeping the R2 in backup, just see if you can trade with something, even though it's very unlikely. Follow up here a Battlefield Marine, not exactly the turn 2 play that you're looking for as Sabine, and he's gonna use Sabine's ability. So using Sabine's ability in this matchup can be a little bit tricky because both players are obviously aggro, so it's not always beneficial to use Sabine's ability because you don't know how the game is going to go, if you're going to have to be the defender or the offender. And the Sabine can definitely act as the defender, at least momentarily, in this matchup, if need be. But look at this. Of course, this Cassian gets to kill the Battlefield Marine. This is an amazing, amazing start for the Han player. Like, this is just straight up what you're looking for. Manage to deal with the opponent threat, not taking any damage to the base, and increase your ball position. I wonder if the Sabine player had other alternative than to play this, but definitely the way he's been playing it make it so very easy for the opponent to clean the board. So for 4, what is he going to play? ECL. Okay, ECL K2SO. So something to understand about ECL for Sabine is like it's a very, 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 very precious resource. Like you only got one, and it's such a massive swing when you do. And here, having to play the K2SO for such low value is not something you're very happy about if you're playing Sabine. Okay, we'll see the clone deserter with the fighter for freedom. Sabine got to get deployed. And he's going to be able to, his plan is going to go to try to 1 damage to the base. No, looks like he's going full on the base. Yeah, full on to the base. I thought he was attacking the Cassian for a moment. Ooh, nice. That is a very good, this medal ceremony makes the ECL use slightly better, because it gets to put like fighter for freedom, medal ceremonies on 2 units. Does actually matter though. It does matter because now the K2SO cannot be killed by anything on the board. So I believe this, I was kind of skeptical about this ECL at the beginning of the turn. I thought the ECL was not so great. But now that he managed to put a medal ceremony on it, I find it actually a lot better. And he was very smart. He actually attacked the R2, and then knowing that at 3 health the K2SO will be vulnerable, play the medal ceremony after to maybe put it out of range. So that was a very smart play, and that was a very good medal ceremony here. So that was just very smart. But I believe Han is still ahead in this game, especially the fact that he hasn't used his ECL. He does have a Wrecker in hand, I believe. Wrecker is going to have to wait 1 more turn for the Wrecker to be played, at least played with ECL. And the Deserter also is kind of a big deal because of the heal 1 that he provides. Might be something that the Sabine player will want to kill fairly soon in order to draw a card as well. But obviously Fighter for Freedom is also a big target, so this is the thing, and now the Echo-based Defender here to protect both the Fighter for Freedom and the Deserter is pretty big. Ooh, that is a Mandalorian, the Dark Saber. This is a huge play here from the Sabine player. This K2SO now is absolutely massive here. 5, that is going to be a 9 attack K2SO with Overwhelm. Very difficult to kill, and I believe Sabine as a leader is Mandalorian, which means that she will also get some +1/+1 counters every time K2SO attack. This is a massive, massive play. And now, oh my god, the Rebel Assaults for a big swing for the Sabine player. This is absolutely massive. Let's see what he does. He's going to go first with the Echo-based Defender, deal tons of overwhelm damage, boost the Sabine. So now Sabine's 4 attacks can actually attack and kill the Fighter for Freedom before the Fighter for Freedom gets to attack. This is another massive play. Another thing, you could just simply go to base. That's going to be a very important decision here from the Sabine player, whether he wants to attack the Fighter for Freedom or whether he wants to attack base with that thing. Alright, look at this. 2 +1/+1 counters. Absolutely massive. And here's a Sabine. He decides to go after the Fighter for Freedom, respect his opponent's ability to put some pressure. And deal 1 to the base again. The 13 damage to base. Now there's a 10 damage lead for the Sabine players, and what looked to be a horrible start from the Sabine player now is looking a lot better. The Han has to take initiative, so it means he's wasting 2 resources of his own. It's wasting an attack from the Cassian as well. Wow, this was a spectacular return here and comeback move. And I would say Darksaber is very strong versus Han, because Han does not really have any ways to deal with the Darksaber very efficiently. So now we're going to see the big play from Han. That's going to be the ECL Wrecker, which should be able to turn the tide of the game in his favor. We'll see if that's going to be enough damage. I haven't done the math. He's obviously going to sacrifice a resource, so that's 5. Okay, so 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He should be able to kill the K2SO and then ambush the Sabine and kill both units. But it doesn't change the fact that his opponent that he took a tremendous amount of damage, 13 damage to this base. But he also will deploy the Han. So this is the thing, something you really have to consider whenever you're looking at this matchup is you have to take into account ECL. ECL is such a massive game changer. It really turns games around so drastically that if you see that someone is behind but hasn't used the ECL yet, it doesn't mean anything, because, I mean, it doesn't mean everything, because ECL has this ability to just turn games around so radically. So the Sabine player made the best out of out of the situation, I feel like, and now he's going to have to find a way to come back from this. But without the ECL, it's going to be very difficult. There's 2 units on the battlefield. Keep in mind, of course, that Han has not been used. It was absolutely 100% the right decision to not deploy the Han in order to not play the 2. Oh, this is a very good comeback move here. Wrecker sacrifice a resource, deals his opponent Wrecker. That's a very good comeback move. Is it going to be enough, really, to come back in this game? Not necessarily, but it is definitely a good step toward the good direction, getting rid of the big units and putting a big threat on the board. Keep in mind that Han cannot really afford to leave a big unit like this on the battlefield very long. He's going to have to deal with it because he's currently taking 16 damage to the base and the 9 HP left on his base. He kind of have to respect the fact that his opponent can kill him at any moment with a Wrecker plus 4 cause, I believe in. So I feel like he's going to have to sacrifice this ball to get rid of that Wrecker, and suddenly situation looks a lot more even at the result. So as expected here, Cassian and An join force here to kill the Wrecker, and now situation is relatively even. Keep in mind that if this deserter gets dealt with, the Sabine player gets to draw a card, which is definitely can be a factor at this point in the game. So I believe there is 8 or 9 damage on the Sabine's base, 15 damage on the Han's base at this point. So at this point in the game, that's going to be a red 3. Not the most spectacular follow-up. Another Wrecker would have been amazing here, but obviously that's a bit of a tall order, to say the least. The Deserter is not a rebel, cannot be boosted by the Wing Leader, which is a card that Han has in hand, I believe. And slowly but surely, this Restore 1 is making a huge difference. And here we see the Cassian coming out. This Cassian will be able to kill the Deserter. Unless he prefers to go to base, but we'll see. 10 damage to the base now on the Sabine. Versus 14, so still a lead in damage for the Sabine player. And now the board is very good. Now it's going to be a Cassian ready. That's a good one. And he's feeling comfortable now to use the ping on Sabine. I think he's definitely the aggressor at this point of the game, so using the Sabine is definitely correct play in my opinion. Cassian coming out. Going for 3 damage to base. So 13 to 15, equalizing. Oh, sorry, 14 to 15, looks like. And the Battlefield Marine added up. This is one of the great quality of Han here. Look at how he's able to repopulate that board almost immediately to put a tremendous amount of pressure on the Sabine player. Sabine, once again, has to come out with an idea because this was a very good follow-up for Han. Both players are thinking through his options. Sabine has the initiative. Should he kill the Deserter to draw a card? Should he try to go... I think if they both kind of go on a racing situation, I believe the Han has just too much board presence. He will win that race if that happens. So I don't think he wants to do this. Oh, never mind. That was actually the Han player thinking about what he wanted to resource. And Sabine player is going for Wing Leader on... Okay. Looks like he wants to go for... So now the Cassian can actually trade with the opponent Cassian. But I think with the red one provided... the red one provided by red 3, he might prefer to actually go to base here. If he used the Cassian to deal with a unit, that would be a huge waste of damage. So I believe his plan is going to just try to go face and hope that he can win the race. But this Deserter is... just adding so much value. He's been hitting the base from like 3 or 4 turns now. Absolutely mad lad. absolutely making a huge difference in this game. This Deserter is doing. Red 3 coming out for the attack again. He's just gonna straight up gonna go to race. I believe he can finish. He's confident in his ability to be able to finish this game this turn maybe. So 15 to 17. So 17, that means he needs 8 damage to be able to win this. So an attack from Cassian plus for a cause I believe in will win him the game. On the other hand, the 6 damage coming from the Cassian and the Marine on the other side, that would be only 22. Only bring the opponent to 22. He doesn't have any buff in hand. He has just a wing leader, but that wing leader is not lethal. I think he needs 9, and he's just at 8, I believe. So 4 damage is a 19. Yeah, he's basically 1 damage off lethal. The hand is basically 1 damage off lethal, and here's just the attack from the Cassian. Yeah, I think he's missing 1. Han is missing 1 damage to seal the deal, and if the Sabine, if the Sabine has to use can use the 4 cause I believe in to finish the game, obviously. So here the attack from Cassian decide to not play the wing leader. And looks like the initiative is going to be taken here. So he cannot finish the game this turn, but with the initiative in hand, it's almost as good. Oh, he does have another Cassian. Oh, this is lethal. Second Cassian from the resource row. And here we go for the swing. And that's it. Game 1 goes to Han. Unbelievable. Obviously here, this is the magic of smuggle cards. As a caster, I don't get to see them really. So I'm not aware what kind of card they have from the resource row, and obviously a second Cassian here. Lucky for him to have the second Cassian, to be honest, because he only played 3 of them. So that was an extremely close game, and won a game 1. And I have to say that this was a relatively impressive showing coming from the Sabine player, considering the fact that it was a very, very bad start for Sabine. A horrible start for Sabine. I think that if you're playing Sabine, you are definitely not happy about this how this early game went. And despite that, they had the Sabine almost had it. It was very, very close. Extremely close game. So sideboard coming from the Han green deck. What could be relevant? He does have Mercenary Gutship in the sideboard, which I think is very good against Sabine, as he can trade with the A-Wing without dying, which can be a factor. Other than that, not really much going on here. He could have had another copy of Sabine. He also has a Smuggler's Aid on the sideboard, so he could play Smuggler's Aid. A Smuggler's Aid can be very useful against Sabine. Sideboard coming from the Sabine deck. Heroic Sacrifice could be good. It's a good racing tool. Timely Intervention could be good. And obviously 3 copies of Sundering Peacekeeper. Okay, so Sundering Peacekeeper is the big thing. If you can find those, Sundering Peacekeeper is so good in the Mirror of Aggro, because it attacks for a lot, it is hard to get rid of, and obviously the Restore 3 makes a huge difference. So, Swoop Racer, Reckless Gunslinger would also be lethal. Yes, I forgot about Gunslinger. It's another card he can play from the resource row that would have dealt the extra damage that he needed to win the game. So, yeah, shout out for Swoop Racers, by the way. They have their own YouTube channel. Check them out if you have the occasion. And they actually invented hard to say invented, but they actually popularized, I would say, the hand green swarm deck. So and obviously our friend here, Holly, seems to be playing a deck that is very similar to what you can expect from the Swoop Racers, as the Sabine, as this hand green. But I think this game also was, very decided in the beginning by the Sabine player, kind of trading with the trade between Sabine and the I forgot the name, and the Renegade, sorry, was, I think, in my opinion, this play was a misplay, and I think that he probably thought that he would be able to kill the renegade without losing the Sabine, and I think that play might have cost him the game. I believe that if you attack like just attack base early on like this and it would have been better off for him. And maybe he didn't realize that the ping from the Sabine would actually upgrade the renegade to a 3 attack and make the trade, which I think was a pretty big deal, especially when you see how close the game was at the end. I think this play would have made a big difference. Just like in game 1, we see Timo, starting off with the Sabine, and here the ECL being used super early on. I said earlier that ECL was a super valuable resources, but playing it super early on like this can be a big deal. And look at this, a deserter coming in alongside it. This is a very impressive turn 1 here, but he had to use ECL to make it happen, so that's a significant cost. Now the question is, can Sabine withstand this amount of aggression coming from the hand, and can he make the perfect use of ECL to kind of come back into this game after this super impressive start? I have to say, ECL Marine like this, I like this play personally. I find this play to be very effective in those kind of situations. It's a good use of ECL. It's not a conventional use of it, but it's a very good use nevertheless. Especially when you can bring it alongside another unit. And here you see the strength of the Han Swarm deck as he plays the red 3. And now look at this bonus attack coming from the red 3. This is gonna be a very short game, guys. Wow, this is the kind of things we're talking about when we express the power. Also have to say that the red 3 play coming from Sabine is not really what he was looking for. And what a huge play coming from the hand green here, completely turning this game upside down with this play, to be honest, and putting tremendous amount of pressure on his opponent right from the get-go, with 7 damage to base, ability to heal with the deserter, and the red 3 that has to be dealt with. Just so much things to be dealing with. The kind of situation where you would want to have something like a barrage, but obviously Sabine does not have access to barrage, thank God. But he does have access to ECL, so we'll see about. Oh, timely intervention, nice, into the Fleet Lieutenant, and that is an amazing play, because not only this will help him recover from his current situation, which is not so great, it will also it doesn't even use the ECL, he still has access to ECL. If Sabine is able to stabilize without even using ECL, he's going to be so far ahead. But keep in mind, he has used all of his resources. Now Han has the opportunity, of course, to show what he can do. Han player has both Poe and Wrecker in hand, but keep in mind that without ECL, those cards are not nearly as good, but still be able to play Poe for 1 more resources, and very awkward now for the Sabine player. Do you attack with Sabine, or do you and let the Poe attack you, or do you take initiative? And once again, Poe here is 4 health, just doesn't get killed by any of. He has to be traded with the Okay, looks like he's gonna decide to attack the Marine. Personally, here I would have totally took initiative and traded that Fleet Lieutenant. Fleet Lieutenant with a red 1 from the red 3 will be able to trade with the Poe. I think this would have been a very good play. He decided to go for the attack. I think this is a mistake. I think he's gonna regret that, to let that Poe attack him, because here he had an opportunity to trade the Fleet Lieutenant for the Poe, and I think this would have been very good for him, especially since this Fleet Lieutenant was bruised. It was not even that good of a card. And take initiative here, you use the Fleet Lieutenant, kill the. Yes, it means you're not attacking with Sabine, but I believe at this stage, preventing the Poe from attacking you is a bigger deal. So, Poe Dameron gets ready, obviously expecting he's gonna take full opportunity of this. Gonna deal a bunch of damage to the base, and he's gonna discard a card to get rid of the fleet of the Sabine here. That's a huge play, and this could have been avoided. Yeah, this could have been avoided, but yeah, it is what it is. And now, but keep in mind, the Sabine player still does have access to ECL, so not all hope is lost, and the Fleet Lieutenant can still trade with the Poe, which is absolutely gonna do. Okay, so he took a lot of damage to the base, but situation is not. Keep in mind that I believe this hand list does not have access to 4 cards, I believe in. So if he's able to stabilize, I don't think there's so many ways for the hand player to actually reach out. So we'll see. I think this is still a winnable game for Sabine, even though despite the horrendous start, timely intervention definitely made a huge difference. I believe this were from the sideboard. So very good sideboard decision here to have Bills in for this matchup. But keep in mind, of course, the hands players still has not deployed his leader. And that's going to be a Poe. Poe without ECL. The Sabine player has been very conservative with his ECL, and I actually agree with this play here. I don't think the ECL was so valuable in this particular situation. So I understand why he decided to do this. But once again, he's taking a beating here. So there's currently 18 damage to the base. I believe that means he's at 7 away from dying. Okay, this is the moment where you want to use ECL. This is the moment where you need to find a way to stabilize here. You can at least defeat the Han, but he won't be able to defeat the K2SO. The fact that obviously K2SO can deal this 3 extra damage, that's a big deal. He's going to use ECL, and he goes. Double kill. If you guys ever play Unreal Tournament, double kill. Yeah, sorry, I forgot to update the score. Gonna do this right away. This is game 2, yeah. Sorry about that. So the Wrecker, and indeed also defeat a resource to be able to deal 4 damage to the base. 22 now, 3 damage from being dead. This is obviously a very dangerous position. An extra damage coming from red 3, of course. Do not forget about that. And here another that's a Wrecker coming from. So yeah, Poe plus Wrecker back to back. Always difficult to deal with. But this is not the end of all. You can still trade the Poe for the Wrecker. It's not what you want to do, but sometimes you gotta do it. And so if you go to Poe here, you get traded with the Wrecker. That's not the play you want to make, but that's what you're going to have to make because this Wrecker is obviously lethal. Expecting, of course, the hand to take the initiative, which means that the Poe has to trade with Poe. The question is, does he want to discard a card to deal 2 damage to base? That means he's also wasting the red 1 attack bonus, unfortunately. He's thinking if he should discard a card, discard it to not discard a card. That means that all the cards he has in hand are very valuable. And we're back to a reset board. This is still a winnable game for Sabine, but it's going to require some very bad draw from the hand player to happen. There's just so many cards that hand can play, like especially Cassian from the discard a smuggled Cassian is just extremely dangerous. They come into play ready. Sabine without ECR doesn't really have that many ways to remove units on the board. Does he have one? Oh, it has a Reckless Gunslinger. That's another very dangerous threat. Also, the Sabine player not having a Sundry Peacekeeper was also kind of a big deal. The Sundry Peacekeeper is such a good card in this matchup. He would have loved to find one. And the red 3 is gonna attack into base, putting a bit of pressure. See what he put. He wants to see everything that is going on, so then he can kind of like play accordingly. And that's the second threat on the ground. Obviously, the hand player would have preferred to threaten space, but one of the characteristics of this hand swarm deck is like it's mostly playing from the ground. By the way, the epic token is not being used, but Young Han has been deployed and defeated earlier. And as Suppo coming out, it's not going to be enough. GG. Han just has to take initiative and take the Reckless Gunslinger. That means the Han player is winning this game 2-0. So, very spectacular game 1, especially. I feel like there's a couple of like key little misplays from the Sabine that cost him the game. I think overall he played that pretty well, but I believe that yeah, there's been like, for example, of course, the attack of Sabine into the renegade on the turn 1 of game 1 was indeed, I think, put him on the back foot in game 1. And in game 2, opponent had a very spectacular start. And things went out very well. I think it seems to be like from what I'm seeing here, it seems to be a relatively even matchup. Like both players are playing strong cards. Both players are playing very strong cards, so it seems to be a fairly even matchup. And I think it turned out pretty well for the hand player. Played everything perfectly. Seems to be knowing this deck very well. So we'll see how deep he can go into the tournament. With his deck. Great to see that. Thank you everybody for following, and I'll see you soon for probably the winners interview, and then after this we'll probably have a break until the next round. Since this was a relatively fast game, only in 2 games, I believe that we should be able to wait for a significant amount of time for the next game. So see you soon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Leicester. I am here with our round 3 winner, none other than the new sensation, Big O Notation himself. Ollie, how are you feeling after that game? I had to, I couldn't resist.
Yeah, no, I'm doing good, man. It was a super tough game. I'm not super experienced in the Sabine match with this. Probably the match of fantastic at this stage, but not a good idea when you know it's probably 50% of your matchups. Yeah, and Boba yellow is the other 50%. But I'm also not a very good aggro player, so I was kind of not sure how to navigate it. I just stuck to my control card and took trades where I could. That's all yeah. It's tough. The Cassian obviously came in clutch game 1 to help me close on the game. I just have to didn't get less damage like runs. Also, I was still looking there. And then game 2, I had very strong ECL. That's from green is perfect to take out Sabine. And then when he played red for turn 2, it's like, okay, he's not playing any ground units, because I think he can play ground. It's the only way he can aim that to block CCL. I just keep pushing until he gets to 5 or 6 reasons for and hopefully by then I've been able to close that with him. But, yeah, it felt okay, but still a scary matchup because I'm not super experienced on playing as an aggro or playing against it.
The beautiful thing is you just said to me there that you're not experienced like in the matchup, you don't play testing out enough, and then just given me like a full monologue about how to approach the matchup and how to deal with it. And it was really interesting when I was speaking with Timo actually before he's going on his way down. He was saying that he actually was hoping to never see this matchup. It was like everything else utterly fine playing against. But this matchup in particular was really tough for him. Because he wasn't expecting it basically. It was a really tough tough matchup. Like, what do you think about that?
Yeah, no, I definitely I agree with him that it is probably unfavored for Sabine, especially if you can go wide early. Then the fact that they actually skip so much doesn't matter because you're not going to take initiative anyways. So it was kind of going wide, swing everything face. But you kind of have the leniency to take those actions because it doesn't matter with theirs. And also, I think the fact that you have so many good 2-drops into their early plays, if you don't hit the ideal like double or triple 1-drop opener, you have Thorrk Renegade, which could stay off the Sabine trade because of the fact that it's traded back into Sabine. You have Battlefield Marine, which you can even ECL onto the Sabine. Sabine is probably the worst 2-drop in the matchup, is what I sort of figured out. So I ended up signing out 2 copies, putting in 2 mercenary guns so I can ECL them if you play the space unit early. And it kind of meant as long as I open a 2-drop or a couple 1-drops, I can take control of it more early. And from there, just sort of stay wide and keep it from there.
Perfect. And what matchups are you hoping not to see? We spoke about what Timo's not wanting to see. He's already seen it anyway. What matchups are you hoping to avoid today based on your strategy?
To be honest, any deck with overwhelming barrage, I'm just scared about. I think especially the mid-range ones where they can actually keep control of the board early as well as the community. I'm pretty confident in matchups like Vader or Palpatine. But I think a matchup like Bosque, Green Boba, sorry, would probably get me good because they can keep control of the board early. They have super efficient units. They have super efficient trades. And they also have overwhelming barrage of things which dire.
Fingers crossed we avoid all those green Bobas today then. How have you found the tournament today, Ollie? How have you found the space, the venue, and the setup?
It's honestly, I can't give it enough credit. I've played in quite a few card tournaments, and I do think this is genuinely one of the best ones I've been to. It's very rare that there's somebody there actually serving like free water, other drinks like coffee, drinks as well. And the amount of table space we have is crazy. Like,
you'll know from those card game tournaments, right? Like having like your table space where you're all cramped in like this, trying to play, and you want to like be able to spread out everything.
Yeah.
Make sure you're taking in the full game, but not being able to do that is such a deal breaker for these tournaments. So
yeah, especially in a game like Star Wars Unlimited, where you have damage tokens, you have initiative tokens, you've got to keep all this stuff near you. If you're kind of huddled in and you're squeezing your cards onto your mat, you're not going to have space for like your actual damage or anything. Yeah, it's super important. It's such a small thing as well. It really does make a difference. And the rounds have all been super snappy as well. There's no delays and anything like that. Judges are super clear on what's going on.
incredible. Last couple of questions from me as well. This one's a bit more of like a general card game question. You've played every TCG on this, so I know you personally. You've played so many of them. What makes Star Wars Unlimited so unique, and why do you enjoy it so much?
It's such a simple thing. It's just the action system. I've played, like you said, I've played a lot of card games, and one of them was Legends of Runeterra, which, for those of you watching, if any of you played Legends of Runeterra, you know what I'm talking about. It had a very similar action system where it was just one player takes an action, the other player takes an action, and I absolutely loved it. It was probably my favorite card game, or second favorite compared to like Masters, just for that reason. And the only downside was that it was exclusively online. There were no paper cards. Very similar to Hearthstone. So I couldn't I can't go to tournaments and play Legends of Runeterra. So I was honestly hoping and praying for a few years that there'd be a card game that used a similar sort of action system that came out in paper that had just good fundamentals, and this is it. Like the initiative token is the only difference, and it makes it so much better.
Yeah. Like both players being able to play simultaneous effectively rather than like I have my hard turn, I pass it over to you, and then I've got to kind of just sit there and wait and either respond to things in the moment or just let you play on your turn.
Yeah,
With
exactly.
this, it's so much more dynamic. It like replicates like the Star Wars franchise in that like Battlefront style thing as well. So really, really cool. Last thing, any shout outs?
Any shout outs? If you're watching and you want to subscribe to my YouTube channel, it's big annotation. I'd massively appreciate it. Hoping to get some Star Wars content out occasionally here and there, gameplays, vlogs, that sort of thing. Got to give a massive shout out to my T-2, always representing, and all the guys that I tested with. Amazing.
Ollie, best of luck for the rest of the tournament. If you carry on a good streak, we'll see you again here on the stream. But otherwise, all the best for the rest of the tournament. And back over to the casting screen, everyone. Thank you. And there you go.
Sick.
Yes,
I saw
yeah, I
Hi everyone, welcome back to the UK TC after this lunch break, where we're gonna have another very interesting game. So there's currently round 4, which means that all those players that you're seeing on the screen here are either 3-1 or 4-0. We got Ethan, sorry, give me a second here. Ethan on the left hand side playing as Vader Green, while Matt on the right hand side is playing as Bosque ECL. And it's going to be a very interesting matchup because I believe, and I believe for a very long time, that Bosque is basically, in my opinion, the best, the newer version of the deck. I believe that Bosque is kind of a little bit better at the moment because it does handle aggro a lot better, and I believe that also the presence of Rival's Fall in the meta made Vader a lot more difficult to play. With all that being said, in this particular matchup, in the mirror match, I believe Vader has the advantage. I believe Vader has the advantage because you're gonna have a massive leader that is very impactful over against like a relatively weak leader. All those weaknesses I've talked about is being weak against aggro. Okay, looks like both players have decided to pass the turn 1 here. So they're currently going into the turn 2. They've decided to just go pass, which is pretty something you happen a lot in this matchup because as a Vader, you don't want to put a early threat that's just going to get like bounties. That's going to get bounties. And here we're going to see a turn 1. It's going to be the 3-4, the punishing one is going to be played for the boss player. Not exactly what you were looking for this early stage of the game. You ideally want to be ramping as much as possible. It's a very passive in the early stage of the game, as you can see. This is fairly standard for the kind of matchup. And you see open fire will simply just kill the punishing one before it gets to do anything. And here's the next play. This is, I believe this is the, yeah, I think this is a Jungle Fett. This is the Jungle Fett OP version. So it's a Bosque that is relatively heavy on, I would say relatively heavy on bounty synergies because more rampy version have basically given up on Django as time went on. So it is not surprising to see. So it's a bit surprising to see it here. It's a bit more, I would say, a bit more old school, a bit more based on the bounty synergies. Django but can be pretty powerful in those situations. And he's going to be facing off here a Short Trooper. This is a moment where players are probably going to be pausing a little bit and thinking a bit more about their play. Bosque has not been able to ramp so far. I don't know if he just simply does not play that many ramp in his deck, but here the Jango Fett simply going to straight up just attack and defeat this Short Trooper, take a bunch of damage. And this is the moment of the game where the really having Vader as a leader is really gonna pay off a bunch. So basically my take, as I was saying, on those two leaders, I believe, as generally speaking, I believe Vader has the upper hand. But in this particular matchup, I believe Vader is better. So I would say Bosque generally, I think, is the best, stronger deck. And here we see an ECL Kylo Ren. Another play that we don't see very often. Kylo Ren, I believe, can be quite strong in combination with ECL. In this case, it's a lot of resources that has been spent. Here's the ECL just to kill a relatively small units, because of one's damage Jango Fett was basically only like a 3/3. Did he forgot to draw from Django? It is possible that he forgot to draw from Django. I didn't really pay attention. It's possible that he might have forgotten, or maybe he didn't. The thing is, like, the deck is out of sight. I decided to put the deck on the discard spot, so if you draw the card, sometimes can be relatively difficult to see. Anyways, so now Ball Dominance going for the Vader deck, but obviously boss player has the will have the opportunity to play a few things. The boss player is called Matt, by the way. So Matt on the right, Ethan on the left. So Matt is currently thinking about Swift option. He knows he can deploy the boss this turn. The boss will be able to attack and just enough attack to actually kill the Kylo Ren, but I will have to die as a result. So maybe not the best play, unless he has some very good bounties to get off this, from this. But so keep in mind though that if you play some bounties on a unit and then you use Bosque to attack it, and the Bosque dies as a result, you do not collect the bounty because Bosque is already defeated by the time those bounty gets to trigger. He's gonna go for the good old overwhelming barrage and then attacks for 6 into base. Keep in mind that both players are on 25 HP base, so 6 damage to the base when playing 25 HP base is naturally not that bad. Okay, so for people who missed the match here, we got Ethan playing as Vader ramp on the left hand side. On the right hand side, we have Bosque ramp, played by Matt. And here we're gonna see follow-up play here with the Vader. So Vader not quite able to kill the boss. There's nothing in this deck, I believe, that can boost the attack of the Vader. It's just going to get a short trooper, which is fine. But I mean, the Bosque is left alive. It's going to be a double Vader turn here for Matt. For Ethan, sorry. And we still haven't seen any bounty shenanigans coming from the Bosque player, but might be a good opportunity to do some if he has any, because obviously opponents step out, you still have lots of resource, Bosque is still in play, so this would be a very good moment to get some good bounties. But I don't believe he has any in hand. I'm not able to quite see. I can see a Force Choke. I can see he has a Vader of his own, but he's currently, oh yeah, he does have the bounty, so he's gonna play Bounty Hunter Courier, in my opinion, one of the best bounty in the game. If you get to find a way to kill this Vader. Okay, looks like he's going to go for it, but unfortunately, because Bosque is already defeated by the time the bounty triggers, he won't be able to get the double trigger from that bounty, unfortunately. Yeah, score. I have to reset the score. Sorry. Thanks for the call out. And follow up here, Phase 3 Dark Troopers to block the Vader. That's always... and keep in mind, of course, that the Bosque hasn't taken a single damage so far, which means that that's going to give him a lot of time to... Okay, he's actually triggering Bounty Hunter Queries twice. So either I got the rule wrong, or he is straight up... or he's cheating. I'm not sure. So since I'm not sure, I'm not going to say anything. If you guys on the chat knows, if Bosque gets defeated as a result of attacking a unit with a bounty, do you actually collect the double bounties? I'm not so sure about this. And a Force Choke will come out to finish off the Vader, so very good efficiency here. A very good efficiency on the choke. Okay, this is wrong. I'm gonna call it out. I'm gonna try to call it out. Okay. We'll see if they're able to stop the game. Let's see if we can fix that situation. It might be too late, unfortunately. We'll see. I basically called it. We'll see if they do anything about it. Anyway, so trade here with Short Trooper against the Phase 3 Dark Troopers. And yeah, the good thing is like Matt has really managed to very efficiently deal with Vader. And well, we'll see how the judge decides to call this out. So yeah, Bosque was already defeated. We got a follow-up Toro. So this is definitely a much more mid-rangey Bosque than I personally I'm used to. Yeah, in theory, yes. So YOLO 2000s. In theory, he could have force choked the Vader instead to get the double trigger. That is true. Unfortunately, it doesn't do that. It didn't do that. But I think if he would have known how the rules actually work. It's very hard to roll back because it was like almost like a turn ago. The thing is, like, there's certain latency between me and the chat, so by the time I called out the mistake, it's already been played for like a good 5 minutes. So it takes time for them, so I don't know exactly how they're going to resolve that. Yes, now there's a judge. I mean, there's a judge, but I don't know if there's a dedicated judge for this for the stream table. Now the Vader unit that had the Bounty Hunter Quarry was not full health. Yeah, I believe they're gonna keep playing like that. I don't know what they did. Anyway, Force Choke will come out on Toro. Get the and here's the Vader coming out to get rid of the. So both decks are really much playing very similar cards. So we'll see who comes out on top. I haven't had the deck list for either of those decks, I believe. I can double check. Okay, so information is that playstate has been reversed, and both players are apparently happy with with how it came out. We'll see in the future how this kind of situation gets sorted out with official rulings, official guidelines from FFG. But this is obviously an independent tournament, so they are free to run things the way they want. Open fire on the punishing one. Phase 3 Dark Trooper is here to block the next attack from the Vader players trading blow to blow, and nobody is really able to come out on ahead. So late game card for the late game card for the Bosque deck. 2 Palpatines, 2 Reinforcement Walker, 3 Vaders, 3 Darth Mauls. While for the Vader, 2 Krayt Dragon, 2 Palpatine, 3 Darth Vader, and 2 Kylo Ren. So I believe Krayt Dragon is going to be a huge factor. Actually, he does hold a Krayt Dragon in hand. The Reinforcement Walker coming out for Math, and Ethan replying immediately with a Krayt Dragon. Good thing he managed to get the Reinforcement Walkers down before the Krayt Dragon came out. And now both players have basically drawn their big guns. Who's going to come out on top? And the Take Initiative will come out after the Vader traded with the Phase 3 Dark Trooper, which means he's going to be able to attack first with Krayt Dragon. And the Krayt Dragon comes out into Reinforcement Walker, and will of course deal with it. Easy kill on the Krayt Dragon. Let's see if he can find a way to kill it. If he finds another Force Choke, he will be able to deal with it very efficiently. That's going to be a Dengar first. So he's able to deal 1 damage to the base or to Dengar using Krayt Dragon. He's going to deal 1 to Dengar. And then Phase 3 Dark Troopers coming out to protect the Krayt Dragon against any possible ambush, because one of the big plays that could be like a Maul ambush could actually kill Krayt Dragon at this point. And that's going to be a barrage here. So barrage is actually just enough to kill Krayt Dragon. Have to deal 5 damage, probably going to go 5 to base. No, he's going to go against Dengar, okay. So he did manage to kill the dragon without spending too much gas. So that's a good thing for the boss deck, so it's still anyone's game at this point. And here the Toro coming out versus the Fifth Brother. Fifth Brother is a card that I haven't seen in the Vader deck in a very long time. Not personally a massive fan of it. I don't think it really helps in the hard matchups. But maybe with people playing less and less Bosque, it could be a good move to come back to getting Fifth Brother that can be very strong in some situations. And currently the upper hand goes with the bolt position definitely in favor of Vader, but keep in mind, Matt playing Bosque has not used his ECL so far. So anything can still happen, and obviously the store will very efficiently get rid of Phase 3 Dark Troopers. Here we go, we see the Fifth Brother will just ping off the use his ability, deal 1 damage to himself, deal 1 damage to a ground unit, and this will allow him to deal 5 damage to base and kill the Toro at the same time. Is that 5 damage? Wouldn't it be 3 damage? Maybe he got some damage earlier. I don't know. Here we go. We get here this card. I forgot the name of that card, but it's a bounty. And when you get to collect the bounty, you get to draw 2 cards and another Krayt Dragon. That's a massive deal. He will be able to get rid of the Death Troopers and trigger this bounty twice, which means that he gets to, only once, sorry, just drawing 2 cards. But now the Krayt Dragon is here, and Krayt Dragon on an empty board is absolutely scary. If you think that Krayt Dragon is a good card in general, just imagine a Krayt Dragon on an empty board. And here you don't even have to imagine it. It's just literally in front of you guys. You're gonna see. It's gonna be hard for the Bosque for the Bosque deck to get away from this. Thank you. Death. The name of the card who draws 2 cards is called Deathmark. Thanks Tumut for reminding me this. And here we're going to see the Maul. Unfortunately, the Maul here not quite capable of dealing with the Krayt Dragon. Will have to go after the 5th brother and will probably die as a result from the Krayt Dragon result. I don't think the Vader player Ethan wants to keep that Maul into play. And as I see, like, this is just a very big problem right now. Get some damage, overwhelmed, but he's not in a position to threaten his opponent. Nor does he have a deck that can really deal damage from a distance. So the damage on base is not super relevant, and this Krayt Dragon is just going to be a massive problem. I found this to be relatively surprising as a deck building decision from Matt to decide to play Reinforcement Walker in his deck instead of Krayt Dragon. To me, Krayt Dragon is really the ultimate late game card for a red ramp deck. It's one of the biggest upgrades that the red ramp deck have from Shadow of the Galaxy. I find it very surprising that you would play Reinforcement Walker instead. He's gonna see Timely Reinforcement. What can he get from it? Timely Reinforcement into a Palpatine. Nice. Deal 6 damage from the Palpatine, then attack. You get to deal 2 damage overwhelm. Obviously, Palpatine will die as a result. And you will also take 8 damage to your base. So this is a massive, massive cost. If you lose this Krayt Dragon in this condition, you are completely okay. Like, you've dealt so much damage to the opponent base. You've also traded with one of the most powerful cards of your opponent deck. You feel very comfortable after that. And here, the Palpatine is coming out. The Palpatine's coming out, and this is GG, yeah. There's nothing you can do here. Any of the 2 threats is lethal, and Ethan will take game 1 with his Vader deck. So, as I said earlier, I'm personally not a big fan of Vader in this meta because I think aggro is too strong, and it makes it very difficult to play Vader, especially if you're playing a Vader that has an Energy Conversion Lab. And this is why I generally prefer Bosque, but in this particular matchup, definitely the Vader deck has the upper hand, especially when you take into account that the Vader deck has access to that plays Krayt Dragon and the Bosque deck doesn't. And that's obviously going to make it very difficult for Bosque. So if we're looking at sideboards, Bosque does have 2 Krayt Dragon in sideboard. 2 Krayt Dragon, 2 Resupply, 2 Ruthless Raiders. So he can kind of turn his deck a little bit more rampy for the second game. But I don't know if that's going to be able to keep up with what the Vader has to have in the sideboard. In the sideboard, the Vader has a Devastator, 2 additional copies of Reinforcement Walkers. That's going to be more late game than the Vader the Boss deck can actually field. So I believe after sideboard, both players are bringing very cool things to the table, but I think Vader is still going to have the upper hand, and is still going to have to make a massive difference in the early stage of the game if he wants to be able to take it. So, yeah, Krayt Dragon is an absolute menace in this matchup. The first Krayt Dragon has been dealt relatively efficiently because it was played on a board that was full of units. So managed to basically just trade with a unit, and then he was able to finish it off with a removal. After this, when he had to use Palpatine, that was just very nasty. Krayt Dragon is such an incredible card in this matchup. So this boss deck is interesting. It is not really the Bosque ramp that we've seen. It does play a lot more into the bounty. It plays 3 copies of Bounty Hunter Quarries, 3 copies of Price on Your Head, 3 copies of Deathmark. So it has a lot of... It also plays Dengar, It plays the Punishing One. It plays Jango Fett, 2 copies of Jango Fett. So it does play a lot more into the bounty theme that some of the most light like Bosque Ram deck have been doing lately. And so one thing to understand is that the Vader deck is probably not going to be playing any early game units because he knows that as soon as he plays something early, it might just going to get bountied and just killed off. So it might not want to be. You might want to be very conservative in the early stage of the game, and even if he has a turn 1 play to play, he might actually not play it. Also, interesting things about the Vader deck is that he does run Force Lightning, and actually runs 3 copies of Force Lightning, 3 copies of Force Lightning, and 2 copies of Fourth Throw. I don't know how relevant that is in this matchup. It is very relevant against Super Laser Technician, but once again, the boss deck is not really that much of a ramp deck. It only plays. It doesn't actually play any copies of Super Laser Technician, so we'll see how relevant is Force Lightning. It can be a good card. I found it to be fairly expensive and fairly difficult to play in some situation. So I'm just going to update the score here. Got okay, Dengar versus and this is the problem when you play a 1-2 for 1. It doesn't trade very well, especially not into a short trooper that can simply just defeat it without even dying in the process. Yeah, his build is pretty weird. It's very, as I said, it's a very focused. Is very focused on the bounty synergies. It does play a bit of ramp though. It still plays the price on your head, of course. And then we see the Phase 3 Dark Trooper. His boss does also probably does play against aggro a lot better than the Vader deck though. And here we see the resupply. Initiative taken for Matt. And he's going to, of course, take care of this. Of the short trooper. Gets an experience token in the process. The 4th, wow, a false choke on a Phase 3 that already did his job. That is something that Matt is probably very happy about. Gets himself an extra card. Punishing One coming down, and keep in mind the Vader deck, even though he's had a pretty bad turn here. Has an extra resources, and his leader is of course far more impactful and powerful. By the way, the Vader deck is also playing Fourth Throw, so there's really quite a bit of like force synergy going on because he's playing the Kylo Ren as extra force units to be able to get more enablers for his Fourth Throw and his Force Lightning. And that's gonna be interceptors. But no ECL here to attack and kill this Punishing One, but just gonna play this and probably gonna finish it off with the Vader Sping. Now that I think about it, I don't think Ethan played used the Vader Ping a single time in the previous game, which is interesting. Sometimes you just don't come up. So in hand, Matt does have an Overwhelming Barrage, and I saw 2 copies of Reinforced Walker alongside a Vader, so very late game heavy handed. And obviously, you prefer here to use the Punishing One to finish off the Dengar. So here, there's no unit on the board. You can use the Vader. You can use a Vader. The rules of Star Wars Limited means that whenever you use ability, you can do the most of it ability. So if there's no, you do as much as you can. And here, obviously, you can't resolve the +1 to a unit because there's no unit in play, but you can do the 1 damage into base. So if there's no unit on the field, you can simply use Vader to ping 1 into the base. That is completely legal. I don't think it's going to be a game changer in this particular game, though, but it is definitely something you can do. They're currently calling a judge because it looks like Matt is not super aware of that. And obviously, the judge is gonna he's gonna say that Ethan is right. I hope. So they're waiting currently for the judge. I believe there's only one judge for the entire event, so 95 players. That's a busy judge. I don't know. Maybe there's more judges than that. I'm not entirely sure. But it's a big event, so judges are very busy. 95 players in this tournament, by the way, guys. To my knowledge, I could be completely wrong about this, but to my knowledge, it is the biggest Shadow of the Galaxy tournaments that we've seen so far. No, there's the Gen Con event were bigger, I believe. But after the Gen Con, it is the biggest. It is the biggest European Star Wars Limited event. Yeah, so indeed, he allowed the ping to happen. Thorrk, and then of course Bosque coming out. That's one of the advantages of getting a cheaper leader. You get to attack and deal some damage early. Only one ramp for the Vader deck so far, but he will be able to get his Vader next turn. He does have a Ruthless Raider in hand, but he's going to prefer to play a Vader, Commander of the First Legion, still an absolute classic. And as you can see, indeed, he sighted out the Devastator. Did he find anything here? Yeah, he did. The Phase 3 Dark Trooper, still, of course. You're seeing playing on both sides here. Both players are very aware that having a cheap Sentinel unit to get on Vader or get off a bounty on Thorrk is very valuable, especially against aggro. Okay, so Thorrk gets to... So, Tony Lim, wait, you can still ping the base without hitting a unit on Vader's action? Yes, you can, as long as there's no unit in play. If there's a unit in play, even only on your side, then you have to ping your own unit. You have to do the most out of the ability. Okay, so Bosque here go Overwhelming Barrage, and will actually get rid of the first Vader, but the second Vader, the important one, the one that is ready, still going to be able to attack. And he can actually kill both units if he wants to. Or he can simply just attack the base and deal the 2 remaining damage to Thorrk. Looks like he decided to deal with both units. And as a result, we're back into square one with very few damage on either side. It's a very, very grindy matchup. Damage on base is really not that big of a deal. What matters is really what kind of late game threats you're able to stick on the board, and what kind of value you're able to generate. So, thought it's mandatory to ping unit in order for the ping to happen. Yes, it is correct, it is mandatory, but if there's no unit, you have to make the most out of the ability. So if there's no unit at all on the board, you can still get to ping. And here we see another Vader bringing up, once again, a Phase 3 Death Trooper. And here we see answer is a Palpatine. Palpatine's pretty good here, doesn't actually trade negative, doesn't actually die to an attack from Vader. So next turn you'll be able to attack the Vader, kill the Vader without dying, and deal damage to overwhelm damage to the base. And be able to, of course, get rid of the Phase 3 Death Trooper is pretty big. No ECL has been used so far, and there's a Kylo Ren in hand for the Vader player, which means that he can actually ambush into Kylo for... by the way, the +2 attack bonus from Kylo doesn't have to be given to itself. It can also give it to another unit. And that's going to be a Reinforcement Walker coming out. A little bit too big for Kylo Ren to be able to one-shot it. But he could be able to use ECL, deal 8 to it, and then finish it off with Vader's ping. But looks like he decided to go for something else. Vader again. How many Vaders have been played this game? I think this is the 4th one. Third or 4th one. And here, once again, find the Phase 3 Deck Trooper. It's just a very popular play. Always feels good to bring out a Sentinel. Even a Sentinel in space, like with the pirated gun, the pirated ship also works well. It's like to ambush the and here he's able to attack, but this means that now this Vader can be pinged with Vader's ability. So Vader has not been used at all in previous game, but this game it is very relevant here. Be able to finish off that Vader is absolutely great. And here we see the Palpatine getting rid of this reinforcement walker. He will die in the process, but still great to get rid of this massive threat and come out on top with a unit on board while your opponent doesn't. But this is the moment where it's really about trading value for value and see who is going to come out on top. The great thing about Reinforcement Walker is like even though it gets dealt with, it still draws you a card at the end of the day, and that's very relevant in this matchup. And also, of course, the Vader had to mobilize significant amount of resources to make that happen. But I think we're going to reach the point where we're going to be similarly in the next game where it simply seems that the Vader deck has just so much more late game. With those Krayt Dragon and even Devastator, there's no way he's going to lose this because it simply has the inevitability of those super big threats. With that being said, we see Reinforcement Walker similarly than in the previous game that eventually gets played without before the Krayt Dragon comes out. So maybe that's a shot for the Bosque deck to deal with this Krayt Dragon without losing too much resources. Bounty Hunter Quarry on the Vader, but now every time he plays something, he's gonna have to lose some HP. Yeah, Krayt Dragon is huge. It's not invincible. It does have Force Choke, which I believe is particularly good against Krayt Dragon. If you so it's not over yet, but it is definitely not great. Here's the Vader here come out, goes for the attack. But here's the ping, the ping of Bosque this time to finish off the Vader and trigger Bounty Hunter Quarries. But once again, even he didn't find anything. Did he find anything? Oh no, he's still thinking about what he wants. Yeah, I'm a bit confused here. Let's see how that works. Gilo, small comments just to say that I love your analysis. Keep going. Thank you so much. Means a lot to me. It's my first time casting an event and streaming at the same time, so a lot of things going on. As you can see on my background is not the same as usual. I actually moved yesterday to a new house, but normally my wife is hating me for taking the day to cast a game, but I really wanted to do it so bad that she allowed me to do it. So Krayt Dragon here goes, and after the Reinforcement Walker, taking 6 back, this means that now he's in range of a Force Choke, so Force Choke can come out and finish it off. If he gets the Force Choke here, he could be back into this game. Doesn't find Force Choke, finds a Vader instead. It's not too bad. The only problem is he's probably going to have to lose both of his units. But I believe what he could do is resolve. I don't know if that actually works in terms of rule, but if he resolve the ambush first, and then Krayt Dragon dies, then Krayt Dragon has no other choice but to deal the damage to the base because the other unit is not in play yet. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he could have resolved the ambush first and then play the Toro after so Toro doesn't die. Anyway, it's not going to matter because turns out Ethan decided to deal the damage to the base. Okay, and oh my god, Force Surrender. Force Surrender here, so good in those kind of super grindy matchups. But at the very least, he dealt with Krayt Dragon. He has a lot of damage to this base, but as I said, it's not like super massively relevant. It is relevant, but it's not like the end of the world. Double discard does feel very bad though. But he does have a Krayt Dragon of his own. Actually, Matt does have a Krayt Dragon, so he might have a crack at putting down his Krayt Dragon by himself. And here we see ECL being used on Toro. Not quite enough to kill him, but we'll finish it off with the Vader's ping. New turns, empty board, more damage on Bosque base. But we know that Matt has a Krayt Dragon in hand. So this obviously is a huge, huge deal. Krayt Dragon is by far the best card in this matchup. And here you go, Krayt Dragon on an empty board, but this time it's coming from Matt. ECL has been used by Vader, ECL still hasn't been used by Bosque. And now we'll see the 5th brother coming out. 2 resources left. What could he possibly play? I think he's simply just going to take the initiative, right? Oh, never mind. He's just going to deal damage to the base here. Obviously, you do not want to deal damage, 3 damage to the to the 5th brother. He can swing at you for 5 after. You don't want this to happen. Grey Dragon does have Overwhelm, so you can simply just attack enemy threats. And here, oh, we see the Force Lightning. Oh, Force Lightning for... Oh my god, Force Lightning for 5! Wow! Insane! And it does only deal 1 damage to the base. What a spectacular Force Lightning here for Vader. I was not expecting Force Lightning to be relevant in that way. But it's absolutely huge. An absolutely massive Force Lightning gets rid of Grey Dragon, doesn't deal any damage to his base here, simply by paying 5. This is absolutely massive here, and now you understand why Ethan is playing 5th brother in his deck. He wants to enable the 4 throws and the Force Lightning as often as possible, and a very old school style of build, but it's working great here in this match. Absolutely amazing. One of the best Force Lightning I've seen in a long time. And yeah, this was the only shot for Matt. This is what he had. This is it. It was like, I got this coming out. And here's the timely reinforcement here for Matt. What can he get from this? What is the thing that he wants to get from the timely reinforcement? Oh, timely reinforcement, Grey Dragon! Massive plays after massive play. The second Grey Dragon in the sideboard. He takes 4 on his Grey Dragon, deals tremendous amount of damage to the base in the process. Does he have another answer to it? Does he have another answer to it? Oh yes, he does. Timely intervention. And that's going to be, I think, timely reinforcement to Reinforcement Walker for double heal trigger once some massive plays are being done for both sides. But he will have to take a lot of damage here because he's going to have to take an 8 damage. That is not, because he has a 14. Okay, that's not quite enough for lethal, and then he's going to get the double heal. So first heal comes out first, then the ambush, and I believe then the damage from the Grey Dragon will happen after. And then he has to choose, does he want to deal 8 damage to the base, or does he want to deal 8 damage to Reinforcement Walker? Wow, some absolutely massive plays here from both players. Wow. The Grey Dragon should be dead, right? Am I missing something? I think he's still thinking if he... Okay, I think we're still in the process of the trigger of the Grey Dragon. Does he kill the 5th brother or does he deal 8 damage to the base? He decided to kill the 5th brother... No, he decided to 8 damage. That would be a lot of waste of damage. And I don't think this 5th brother... I mean, 5th brother is kind of dangerous because he enables all those false base cards. And so now... So basically, Matt is still thinking about it. Looks like their players are not doing a good job at communicating to each other. What is it? Is it the base or is it the 5th brother? Okay, looks like he's going to go after the 5th brother. Okay. So, Bosque currently... Also worth noticing that Bosque is currently at 19. But I think this is it. I think this was honestly the shot for Matt to win the game. Because Matt basically came out like, this is all he has. This is the 2 Grey Dragon is the best late game he could possibly hope for. And that's not enough to beat his opponent. So he's in a lot of trouble now. He's in tremendous amount of trouble. He still does have, though, some Darth Maul and stuff, but I don't think that's going to be enough to bring this game home. We'll see. He's going to start here with the Phase 3 Death Trooper. And that's going to be the 4th throw here. Super impactful at this stage of the game when your opponent has very few cards in hand. but looks like his opponent has a Dengar to discard, so that's pretty good. Okay. I don't know if he kept the Oh, that's gonna be a fourth throw, a fourth stroke. I don't know if he kept the fourth stroke in hand like this on purpose to play around fourth throw, but if he did, that was very smart, and decided to not discard the Dengar and play the Dengar instead. Yeah, Dorian Leona, does the Bosque player knows that ECL has an effect? Question mark. Yeah, he hasn't used ECL a single time this game. To be fair with him, I don't think he had any great opportunity to use it. But in my opinion, I don't think his deck should be playing ECL at all if he cannot really make good use of it. So then the Maul comes out. Very smart to play the Dengar first. So then you get to ambush with Maul, and all the damage from he's gonna get redirected to an underworld unit. In this case, Dengar. Very well played here. Get rid of this, and that's the reason why Kylo Ren is not exactly amazing if you cannot give it ambush, because it's a fairly expensive card that has no immediate impact on the game. But the Ethan plays both ECL and a timely reinforcement. Raider comes into play, and he's very dangerous because I think this Raider is lethal, right? So the 20 is currently sitting at 22, yeah. So this Raider attack is lethal, and also if he kills the Raider, suddenly is one of lethal, and then he can just finish off with a ping. So this is not a good situation to be in for Ethan. Here's open fire to get rid of the Maul. And at this point, regardless of what Bosque does, I feel like he's lost this game, because once again, if he deals with the Raider, 2 damage into base, and then finish here with the ping. If he doesn't kill the Raider just attack and win the game. So he's gonna play a Vader. He's hoping to find... Okay. Super Laser Technician. So looks like it was my mistake, and he does play Super Laser Technician, but I was looking at the deck list, but oh yeah, so my bad. I made an error earlier. Indeed, the Bosque player does play Super Laser Technician in his deck list. So he does play quite a bit of ramp. He doesn't play the resupply though. The resupplies are from the sideboard. But yeah, this game is pretty much yeah, so we get the 5 attack here, and yeah, he's just gonna attack the Vader. That's not obviously not enough. And Ethan takes the game 2-0. And yeah, still takes the game 2-0. As I said, it's a very bad matchup for Bosque, at least this version of Bosque, because it doesn't play Krayt Dragon main deck. He doesn't really play that much late game, and you see the other players plays. But it was cool to see a False Lightning getting rid of Krayt Dragon was absolutely massive. He just simply had bigger plays. Yeah, Ethan's deck just simply had better plays, simply had bigger cards, bigger things. And overall, the boss deck did not really get to do what it's designed to do. It's a deck that is really trying to abuse those double bounty triggers thanks to Bosque. And for this to happen, you kind of need to have your opponent playing early game units, because if you like what the Vader did was like, okay, well, fine, I'm just gonna pass, just play ramp. He had an early game unit on game 2 with the short troopers. Short troopers ended up finding super amazing trades. Early game was not really going well for Bosque, and then when the late game happened, no matter how good the draw of Matt was, it was simply just not enough to overcome. Because something you always have to understand about trading card games is like, as basically the game progresses and both players are throwing stuff at each other, the longer the game goes, the more variance becomes less of a factor. So if a game goes very long, this is usually going to make it more and more difficult for a deck that is currently the underdog to make an upset. Because as you draw more cards, the variance stabilizes. While usually the way you kind of beat the odds is by making game a lot shorter, so then variance is a much bigger factor, where you get to find the card that you want, and this is kind of like a big factors. And as the game goes longer, you reach that kind of inevitably state where your opponent simply just plays bigger card than you. Obviously, you can kind of make up for that with big plays or playing your card very smartly, but I feel like Ethan has played all of his options extremely well. He utilized every resource that he has. The Force Lightning was actually massive value, very well played, and a lot of unconventional deck building as well, which probably took his opponent off guard as well. Raj Alpha. So Raj Alpha is actually a French YouTuber, has his own YouTube channel. So if you speak French, check it out. And he says, when you finish your move and settle into your new house, I hope we will do the debrief in French. Well, it turns out I'm already in my new house. I'm not settled yet though. I still have a lot of work to do. So don't expect a lot of videos from me in the next few weeks. And also particularly as I'm heading to Manchester next week for the big tournament. So we'll see how it goes. I will definitely debrief the tournament in on my YouTube, that's for sure. I'll make a dedicated videos where I will talk a bit more broadly about how the tournament went, since it's a pretty big tournament. I think it's my kind of usual rule of thumb is like I like to report on tournaments with at least 100 players, around 100 players. Any smaller than this, then I usually don't bother. But that's kind of like my rule of thumb. So we're gonna jump out to the winners interview. We'll be right back.
Where do you want me? Over this side, please, mate. Because this camera here is what's going to pick us up for the interview. There, yeah. Grab yourself a seat for me on the right side. Yep, no worries. Good to me. Looking gorgeous. Thank you very much. We don't normally this much of a flirt up on the top of the minute, and Ethan is in it as well. It is, yes. Yeah, just before I get your name hilariously wrong. Where, because of the amount of noise in the background, if you could just project your voice a bit for the sound there as well. Yeah, can you hear us as well? Just give yourself just say whatever you fancy saying to test out the sound. Check. 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2.
Was this table 3?
Yes.
What was the result?
2-0. Ethan Homer 1-2-0.
I'm trying to get the loser to record the result, not because I'm a horrible person, but because it's just easy when I'm setting up the
They never want to, mate. They never want to.
Sound much better. Fantastic. Let's just let him count. Yeah. Welcome back, everybody. I am joined with our round 4 winner, Ethan. How are you feeling after that game?
I'm feeling good. It was a very intense game. It was a lot of ramping matchup. Second game, obviously, his 2 Crate Dragons came out, my Crate Dragon came out. So it was all just a lot of a mess. But overall, he didn't get his ramp. So I was always ahead, so I managed to get my bigger units out quicker, which got my train going quicker and beating it very much over the mess. So definitely, yeah.
You've touched on it there. Talk to me about those Crate Dragons. We were talking to Matt after the game there, and he said one of the defining factors of the game is that you decided to main deck the Crate Dragon. You only had it inside. Talk me through that decision, mate.
I think the thing is the boss deck has a lot more early game stuff, claiming the bounty, stealing the damage to the little units.
Yeah.
So I think where the boss blacks is against the decks that just play the bigger units like as fast as they can. So my deck's all about ramping really quick,
and then hitting the big units like the Crate Dragon. So I want the main board so I can to play a first game.
Yeah.
So I ran quickly into the Vaders, into the Crate Dragon, Kylo Rens, and Emperor Palpatines. And obviously, the sooner I can flip my leader, the sooner he gets to clear the board, ready for these units to come out. But so that's where the boss deck lacked, because my late game was just that much better. So if I end up in that game, my units are just bigger than this. So yeah, and the Great Dragon, obviously the best card from set, in my opinion. It just it's a big 9 mana, 9 resource, 10/10, but can deal damage to ground units or deal damage to their mains, depending on what they play. So yeah,
perfect. And so, tell me a little bit about what made you decide to go with Vader today. Obviously, there's been a lot of talk about Boba, there's a lot of talk about Sabine, and there's a couple of your big standouts there. And you've gone for a very different part of that ECL map base. Tell me about that.
Vader Green has been the deck I've been playing since I've been playing.
We'll just stop in for that announcement there. 1 second, sorry, can't continue.
So Vader Green has been the deck that I've pretty much been playing from the start. So I just thought ramping into big things was fun. So I play Magic, so I do that a lot as well. Cheating out big things early, things like that. So I absolutely adore doing that. So playing like the Vaders, big stuff. Enjoyable. I like hitting hard instead of hitting fast and many. So the deck's built around ramping quickly, obviously, but there's also the force build within. So a lot of lists that I've seen for Vader Green have been running force units. So the reason I run the 3 5th rovers, the 2 Kylo Rens, the 3 Vaders, and the 2 Palpatines. Also benefits me when I'm playing Force Lightning, Force Throws, and even Force Jokes out bush. Because the Force Lightnings, they can only deal damage when you have a Force unit present on board. So I think Force Lightning is one of the best removals in the game. It can deal with any big thing as long as you've got the resources. But at that point in the game, you're going to have enough resources to kill everything. So that's mainly why I play it. I find it a fun deck. It can clear the boards. It deals with boards very easily. I run Overwhelming Barrages, a lot of removal spells, so Force Jokes, Open Fires, Overwhelming Barrages. It's just all about removal until I get to the late game where I can start dealing with this, which is my favorite. It's just all late game. I can handle control very easily. Aggro's a bit one-sided until I like sideboard in some cards that heal me, can board by things. So that's why I'm playing.
And that's a really comprehensive breakdown of like why you're going to play. Not only is it fun and interesting to you, it fits your playstyle perfectly, but it's super strong because you can pick apart those boards with your removal. That Force Lightning against the Crate Dragon was so deals damage back. It's amazing. And even if I don't have a Force unit on board, I can just spend one and make the Crate Dragon use its abilities of the turn, so I can start doing things without taking any damage, and then try and deal with it next turn. So I also like it for that factor. Incredible. And talk us quickly through your tournament experience today here in Leicester.
Well, I'm currently 4-0 now. I went against Chirrut's red deck in round 1. I ended up going 2-1. Second game, I just got aggroed out. It was very fast. Then third game was really close. I managed to trade with the green squads in Earwing and start beating him up. Second round, I was against Akira Green. It's a control deck, which was also a tough matchup. Again, another 2-1. So it was quite hard to deal with. And I managed to get through in the last game, which is a massive advance. Third game, I was actually against the guy I traveled down with today. He's playing Ray Green, and we had a 2-1 match. We're usually very like 50-50 because we know each other's play styles, we know how each other play, but unfortunately, I ended up taking the win in that one. Well, unfortunately, fortunately, at the same time,
one of you at least gets to progress in the tournament a bit further. It guarantees one of you goes undefeated.
And obviously, that game was absolutely fantastic. But also, my Vader Green has also got 2 showdown wins under its belt from 7 as well. So I won the Moxon Millennia and Glasgow Deep Retreats showdown. So I have quite a bit of competition.
And the like experience with that one deck involved in the next segment, Darren, you're thinking, I know exactly what I need to add to this deck to make it better and compete with these new decks, whereas other people haven't got that level of experience. They get like the newer leaders, really. Yeah. Last thing before I let you go off, any shout outs you want to provide?
Shout out Deep Retreat Aberdeen. That's where I work, and I play my Star Wars vehicles. We're a fantastic store. We're very welcoming, and we've got a nice group of Star Wars players. Deep Aberdeen, all lovely, and we play as much as we can. And we'll be traveling all over the place to go to like qualifiers and showdowns. So hopefully we'll see some things there.
Incredible. Either. Congratulations on the result. Best of luck for the rest of the tournament as well. An absolute pleasure having you. We will send you back to the Capitals now as well. Thank you very much. Okay.
Hi everyone, welcome back for the round of 5. So pairings are up and players are going to be sitting at their chair, which gives us a little bit of opportunities to talk about this very interesting interview from Ethan. So Ethan is apparently one of the best Scottish player in Star Wars Unlimited. So it was very good to see him talk about his deck. So this is very interesting because force-oriented Vader decks have been something that I've personally played with quite a bit with, and I personally, my experience was that it was a very, very strong when things were kind of coming together. The only problem is that whenever you're building a very like kind of synergies based deck, it's can be difficult sometimes to have the right piece at the right moment, because obviously by definition a ramp deck is already kind of this synergy base where you need to find your ramp cards, and then you find your late game cards. You get your late game cards without your ramp, you're pretty much dead. The other way around is true. And now you're basically adding an additional dimensions of randomness where you have those force units. You get your force unit without you get your force numbers. We got getting the force payoff. Can be relatively tricky. So I personally struggle with that, but apparently it's been working out very, very well for him, and I would like to give it a shot myself to see if I can make this work by myself. Anyway, we got a new round 5 going on, and it is going to be a Kira deck. So Kira is pretty much the only very big deck that we haven't seen yet. We've seen some Sabine, we've seen some Boba, and now we're going to see some Kira. So Kira, in my opinion, is very well positioned in the current meta because it's basically Kira is no other than just it is literally the it is the Krennic of the set 2. He has basically replaced Krennic There might be a world where Krennic is going to come back. I don't think Kira is strictly better than Krennic. I just think they are quite different. But in the current meta, where people play very, very large units, I found Kira to be so valuable. Her ability to easily take out cards like Wrecker, like to be able to kind of have the HP of very large units like Wrecker, Poe Dameron, even kind of like Zucus, obviously Boba Fett leader. All those kind of things, I find this to be very valuable. And now there's just so many ways to one-shot a Krennic. Even more so than before. Before you had to do you need to add your leaders in play to be able to use Steadfast Battalion. Now Krennic can be one-shotted by a lot of units in the game without any setup, other than just having ECL available. And sometimes with timely intervention, you don't even need ECL anymore. Which means that this has basically made Krennic a lot worse than it used to be, even though I believe Krennic is still very strong. I believe Kira is a superior choice, at least is my opinion at the moment. Anyway, this is a classic matchup here. Kira green versus Boba yellow. I believe this matchup is relatively favorable for Kira. So the name of the players just has been sent out to me. Michel is on the left, while Luke is on the right. We saw Luke earlier with his Boba deck, and pretty much this matchup I feel like is very favorable for Kira, but this matchup can shift a little bit depending on the version of the deck, and also depending on the amount of anti-control card that the Boba has either in his main deck or on the sideboard. There's a couple of cards that you can run as Boba Yellow that can considerably improve the matchup. I'm mostly talking about Body Rook, which is excellent versus Kira, and also to some extent I also think TIE Phantom is very good as well. Bazine also to a lesser extent is also very helpful in this matchup, especially in Later Save the Game. So it really depends on the version. So my expectation is that main deck Kira should have the upper hand, but after sideboard possibly I should be able to take a look at the list. But currently we're going to focusing on what is the action at hand, and we see a Viper Probe Droid seeing quite a few things. We'll see turn 1 is going to be the Enforcer, the classic Enforcer. Give it a shield to get a 3/2 shielded unit in play. This is the best turn 1 Kira can do, and it's one of the advantage of running Kira, obviously, is to have this very powerful turn 1 play that Krennic cannot do. Krennic can do other things, of course, but this is definitely one of the big plays that you can do with Kira. So here's our Kira versus Viper Probe Droid. But the initiative will go to Boba, which means that you get to attack with the Viper Probe Droid, which is a very, very big factor. We saw the Kira player has quite a bit of ramp, obviously very good to be able to get this Kira out earlier, if need be. Even though he might not need to. But, you know, ramp is, when the pace of the game is allows it, having, of course, this ramp is very, very beneficial. This is, by the way, a version of Kira that plays Energy Conversion Lab. I've seen both versions work equally as well. And here we're going to see a resupply coming out for the Kira. Very simple, just go for the ramp. It feels like he's not under pressure enough to be needing to answer, and indeed, I think that's right. This is definitely the kind of situation where you can totally afford to go for a ramp, because you know that you're not under too much pressure. You can simply take that bit of time to stabilize the ball. So get rid of this Viper Probe Droid. And keep in mind, so yes, the Enforcer does have a bounty on his that allows it to draw a card, but realistically, it's going to require a lot of resources and energy for the Boba Yellow to get rid of it, unless he has a 4 LOM. The 4 LOM, of course, goes into an ambush, gets rid of it, draw a card, that's fine. But anything else that he has is going to require him to significant amount of resources to be able to get rid of it. It's like, instead of attacking the base, you re-attack an Enforcer. It's kind of a question. And indeed, it does have the 4 LOM here, so that's an easy play. 4 LOM has definitely made turn 3 play a lot stronger for Boba Yellow. In this case, it's particularly good. Get rid of the Enforcer, draw a card. The Enforcer kind of already done his job, but still a good play, of course. And drawing a card in Boba Yellow is pretty relevant. Boba Yellow is a deck that can run out of cards. And not only that, it's a deck that does a lot of cards advantage with a lot of its cards. And then we'll see here, Death Trooper here, still a very solid value comes into play. Get rid of it Not as good as in a Chronic deck, but still, of course, an amazing card. Get rid of it. And so far, the early game is very well handled, but there's still, of course, a 7th Defender in space, which is getting some damage in. So far, a pretty balanced early game. Follow up here with the Pike Sentinels. Unfortunately, Pike Sentinel doesn't really help out getting rid of the 7th Defender, and we see here a Greedo coming out. This Greedo is actually very good. The fact that he managed to untap her resources with Boba to get able to squeeze out, this is like a perfect curve here for the Boba player. Boba player can then train with the Pike Sentinel, and if he gets to trigger, also get rid of the Death Trooper. Simply a very good card to have here, even though the ground is currently blocked. But thanks to the Greedo, he's going to be able to deploy his Boba and attack into base, and without having this pesky Sentinels blocking the thing. Wow, great card here. He plays Make an Opening. So Make an Opening is a very interesting card. It's the kind of card that is very effective against some decks and not so much against others. In this matchup, it's absolutely amazing. And the fact that he plays this in the main deck is very, very bad news for Boba player, because Make an Opening is one of the best cards versus Boba. So Make an Opening here on the 7th Defender, get rid of it, and heal 2 at the same time. Spectacular play. Zuckuss follow-up here, very slow play coming from the Boba player, but keep in mind, you can still get the double untap just simply by killing a unit with Greedo, and then play another 3-drop alongside this. This was kind of also the big Zuckuss like this are relatively easy to deal with for Kira deck because of the Kira's ability. So Kira simply is just going to deploy, put it to half-life, finish it off with a Death Trooper, then finish off the Boba with the other guys. The Pirated Starfighter here, the pirate ship here, 3-2 Sentinels up in the air. Always nice to have this ahead of time, so then you feel a lot safer against any sort of fire spray that could come out. And here this is exactly, so this is literally in a nutshell the reason why Kira is better than Krennic. Kira gets to do exactly that, which means basically putting Half-Life, all those super high health units are normally incredibly difficult to deal with. Now, not so much anymore. Kira, it's simply just going to attack, probably going to go after the Zuckuss, and, no, actually, probably is going to go after the Boba, and then use the Kira to go after use the Death Trooper to go after the Zuckuss. No, he's going to get the Death Trooper to go after the Zuckuss, sorry. So then he can basically reset his opponent board. What a spectacular play here. And that's really, in a nutshell, the reason why Kira is so good. And this, so he's going to be able to play, oh, this is well played though. Get rid of the 3-2 Sentinels, give a shield to Boba. This means that now Boba is protected against Kira. This is a very, very good Relentless Pursuit. That's exactly the best use case here for Relentless Pursuit. I feel like the Kira player should have attacked Boba first, but actually it wouldn't change anything because he could have done this play with Zuckuss as well, because Zuckuss is also bounty hunter. So very well played here from the Boba player, but this is not necessarily saving him, because obviously we could see a takedown coming out, or even a Raven's Fall to get rid of this Boba and just get the unit back. But yeah, at least he gave his Boba another chance to yeah, the play of playing Zuckuss the turn before, I'm assuming he didn't have anything else to play, because definitely playing a big Zuckuss into a Kira is not really something you want to do, because you're really calling Kira to come out and just get tons of value, especially when there's a Death Trooper in play that can simply trade with a Zuckuss. But I just assume he didn't have anything better to play. Ooh, overwhelming barrage just to get rid of the shield. That is very, very inefficient, but it seems like he has nothing else to do, otherwise he wouldn't do this. This is absolutely, yeah, this is not what you want to do, but I feel like he didn't have anything else to do. He would have played it otherwise. This doesn't feel good at all, and definitely Boba is like, yes, this Relentless Pursuit has paid off big time. Now he gets to attack to the base once more. And maybe he got something better to do. Oh my god, even better here. Tap down the Kira, gets the cunning +4 attack. And now good luck getting rid of that Boba with only 2 resources. And he's going to get to swing for 8. What a huge turnaround here. After a massive Kira turn. Relentless pursuit into Zucus. Absolutely turning this game upside down. And he even gets the chance to play the Boba Disintegrator behind this. What a huge turn of event here for Luke, the Boba yellow player. What a beautiful play. Completely turning this turn upside down. Kira is still alive. He'll still will, of course, get a chance to open attack into Boba to get rid of it and get back at 3-2. So now the Kira player is thinking. He has a very complicated puzzle in front of him. Of course, he wants to get rid of that Boba, but he probably has multiple ways of doing it. I mean, this is what I would assume. He does have a Vigilance in hand. He's going to use ECL. Okay. ECL with Death Trooper and basically kill the Boba. I decided to do it this way instead of attacking with the Kira. Okay. Okay, decided to do it this way. The advantage of this play is like he gets to keep Kira alive. The inconvenient is that he's used ECL, which is a very valuable resource. And we'll see the Boba coming out. Yeah, so obviously he gets back his 3-2 Sentinel units. The Kira, not quite capable of dealing with the Disintegrator. So the Boba player, so Luke is picking up his, yeah, okay, his hand is really clearly set aside, so no confusion possible. For 4, he's going to play the Cunning. That's another Cunning here, tapping down, and going for the random discard. Instead of the +4 attack bonus, he's playing it safe. He knew the opponent could potentially have a removal in hand, so he decided to play it safe, and decides to go for the random discard instead of the +3 attack bonus. I can understand that play. Usually, you always want to go for +4 attack whenever you are playing Cunning, and then he goes for DR-44 blasters for another attack. And here we now, with the Kira player is currently at 22 damage on his base. This is not a good position to be in for Kira, especially when he has no card in hand, vision has been discarded, and it looks like the Boba player is going to be able to take that game. It would require a pretty big miracle for Kira to stabilize this. I mean, not so much actually. He just has to get rid of the Boba players and then keep the ground board clean, and he has a Sentinel in space. And he does have the answer against the Boba with the Crater Dragon. So, sorry, the Slay the Dragon. So that was of course a very good Slay the Dragon. And looks like Luke does hold a Fire Spray in hand, but unfortunately that Fire Spray is currently being bobbed with 3-2, but he needs to put pressure somehow. He's so close, 3 damage away from a win, but Boba Yellow is not the same as a Sabine deck. It doesn't have the same reach. I gotta say the Boba Yellow is a little bit messy in his way of handling his resources. His resources kind of all over the place. It's not very clear what is what. I don't even know what card he played here. Okay, that's gonna be Boba Fett, and then he's gonna attack into it. Looks like he tapped Boba Fett. He tapped the I don't know exactly what happened here. And looks like he's going to be able to finish. Okay, I'm so confused here. I don't exactly know what happened. The problem is like I missed a card. I missed a card that got played. But looks like Boba took the game 1 after this massive cunning plays. and the control player not really be able to stabilize the game ever. Never managed to cash out on the Kira. Kira always getting tapped at the crucial moment. Oh yeah, that was a waylay. Okay, thank you very much. So Ernesto Fernandez telling me that was a waylay. Okay, and he just replayed it. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it's a bit confusing when players don't go through like the motion. They just like, literally just sometimes. And sometimes by hearing the players, you would understand what happens, but just without the sound, it becomes a little bit more difficult. Anyways, Luke with his Boba deck is currently up a game, and let's take a look at what he has in the sideboard. What he has in the sideboard here that could help him in the matchup. So, starting with the Kira deck. So, 3 top targets could be useful. Additional copies of Vigilance. I'm not a big fan of Vigilance against Boba. It can be good sometimes, but it sometimes misses a lot of targets. But maybe with Kira, the ability to half everybody's health, it makes it a bit more consistent. Yeah, I believe that's it. Like just a Vigilance and 3 top targets, so a lot more healing. And for the Boba player, in the sideboard, oh my god, yeah, his sideboard is absolutely loaded. He has 3 Lurking TIE Phantoms, 3 Body Rooks, 1 Change of Hearts. That is a lot of anti-control sideboard. He understands that this is a very well-built sideboard because he understands this is his bad matchup. And here being able to win the game before sideboard is huge because now after sideboard, the matchup is going to be a lot easier for him to manage. Yeah, so Antonio Martinez says the Boba player should never played that Boba unit and pretty much won for that. So I didn't really quite catch that. The thing is, like, I'm so focused on the action, so sometimes I don't really pay too much attention to exactly how people are like proceeding. But yeah, I definitely have to say Luke is a little bit messy in the way, like just the way he handles his resources. Like his resources are kind of like all over, like they are like kind of. And also, he does not unexhaust his Boba when he needs to. He always basically forgot to unexhaust his Boba. That's also annoying. So... this happens in tournament, unfortunately. Mistakes are part of it. Obviously, you want to be able to catch them as often as possible. And as a player, especially if you fall against a messy player, you have to be extra vigilant into everything that's happening. It's part of the skill of the game. Okay, yeah. I think the main thing is summaries when just the Boba leader attacked and really resources when no unit left play. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't catch it personally, but yeah, if this is what happened, then it's very bad, of course. But as I said, paying attention and catching up, that's the best you can do. There's always going to be misplay. So here we see Pike Sentinels versus Viper Probe Droid. And once again, this is a very good opener for the Kira player. This is going to be a term. It's going to be able to be just going to be a straight up trade. You feel very happy if you Kira here. If he has another turn 2 play, oh no, even better. He finds himself a Death Trooper, and that's a very good early game here for the Kira. And here we're going to see a turn 2 Boba Fett Disintegrator coming out. And it looks like Kira would prefer to take the initiative than getting some free damage on the base. If you're the Kira player, you don't really care too much about doing damage to the base. You're focused on stabilizing the board as much as possible and getting to the point of inevitability, the point where the game where you know that nothing can happen. This is something that definitely is possible whenever you're playing against Boba. Boba doesn't have tools like 4 Cause, I believe in, or the Sabine ping, which allows this extra reach. as soon as you get the board clean, you can very much pilot the game from there and lock the game out. Power of the Dark Side, excellent Power of the Dark Side coming out, but also an excellent 4 LOM that will get rid of the Pike Sentinels and leave a threat on the board. Can deal with the Death Troopers, so no big deal here for... so he did untap a resource, but once again, look, you need to use your Boba, you need to exhaust your Boba. As I said, yeah, the Boba player is just a little bit messy with his Boba action. But yeah, 4 LOM here, proving once again to be an excellent board, excellent cards to play on turn 4. But so far, so good for the Kira players, keeping the board clean. Didn't manage to ramp just like in a previous game, but I don't think that's a big deal in this matchup, because then the Kira comes out. As long as your Kira comes out at the same turn as Boba comes out, I think you're okay. So you don't even need ramp again in this matchup if you're playing Kira. All you care about is getting your Kira on the same turn as the Boba happens, so you can actually keep it clean. Yeah, this Kira deck is extremely traditional. So is the Boba deck, to be honest. They're both like fairly standard. And fairly much what you would expect late in the tournament like this. It is, by the way, round 5. And Luke, playing as Yellow Boba on your right hand side, is currently up a game. And we can see Zucus coming out. And this is the same scenario as in the previous game. And this is something you always love to see as a Kira player. Oh yes, play a big ass unit on the ground, and then deploy your leaders so I can have them with your Kira and finish off. But looks like Kira is going to decide to deploy first, not going to be willing to wait for the Boba to come out. And I believe this is because he's setting up an overwhelming barrage. I think I saw the overwhelming barrage in hand. Now the Boba comes out, and I can see the barrage is going to come out. So is that over barrage enough? It's got 6 damage. Not quite enough to kill the Boba, but he will be able to kill the Zucus and then attack into the Boba. And you know what the cool thing about this is? And actually, there's nothing cool about this. It's just, yeah, it's just a traditional barrage. Sorry about that. Half pins, resource mistakes happen a lot with old Han, I've noticed. Yeah. Han is a very finicky leaders to play as well. Is a very finicky leaders to play. So here's attack with Boba and gets to untap 2 resources. Did he kill a unit this turn? So now I'm going to be questioning every time I see it. Did he kill a unit? I don't know. Anyway, Kira will trade into Boba. And that's going to be a crafty smuggler. So did he do it again? I'm not sure. I'm doubting myself now. I'll stop the game. I asked for a pause. Power of the Dark Side has been played here to get rid of Treacherous Smuggler. I'm going to try to stop the game. Body Rook comes out. Okay, so I've currently reported the issue. We'll see exactly what is being done about this. Yeah, this is honestly suspicious. I agree. Anyway, the issue has been reported. We'll see what they do about this. Looks like... So, Crafty Smuggler... They're currently kind of rewinding the game as it seems. Oh, did they? Okay, looks like they're not rewinding. Okay. Yeah, it could be an honest mistake, but from the rules perspective, there's no such thing as honest mistake. Like it's basically everything is kind of treated as if it was intentional, because otherwise people who do this intentionally take that to their advantage. They basically say, "Hey, this was not intentional. Why it was?" So this is always like a little bit tricky. Obviously, most of the case it's not intentional, but the rule has to treat it as if it was intentional. Otherwise, things get very messy. Okay, so basically Vader comes out against the Crafty Smuggler, puts out a 3-2. With all that being said, though, with all that action happening, I believe the Vader player is pretty far ahead in this game. Sorry, the Kira player is pretty far ahead in this game. Very little damage on the base. Bolt state definitely favorable, even though the Boba player has not played all of his cards. And then the Crafty Smuggler with the DR-44 blasters. That is a good opportunity to deal some good damage here into the base. 4 damage into the base, putting up to 8. So, we'll see Vader coming out. For 3. And we'll see the Toro coming out. Putting some board pressure. So something you would really want to have here is a barrage to clean that board. A lot of very... that would be exactly enough as 7 to deal with both of them. But things are looking pretty okay for the Kira player, I think. We'll see what he can do here if he can deal with this board. I think he should be able to have plenty of cards in hand. Can see he has an Enforcer in hand, not super useful. I think he has another Vader, not super useful either. And here he's going to start off here by just simply attacking the Crafty Smuggler. Very simple, yet very effective. And now Toro can either trade with the Vader, but I think he's going to prioritize dealing damage to the base, as he should. He's the aggressor in this matchup, as this game gets longer and longer. But the Kira player hasn't really taken so much damage so far, and he has a 3-2 Sentinels into the space board, which definitely safeguard himself against a potential... against a fire spray. And here the other Vader will come out. Looks like he didn't have anything better to do. Not the most efficient play, but I think a play that has to be done. He needs to basically... We're at the stage of the game where the Kira player has to lock the game out, which means keep the ball clean as much as possible, and leave no opportunity for the Boba to get back into this game, and then reach the point of the game where he can drop something big. We haven't seen a single Snoke being played so far. Like, a Snoke is an excellent way to lock the game out against a Boba player, as it makes everything so weak. And his 3-drops just kills up a lot of the units. 4 LOM comes out. This is another decent 4 LOM here. But not exactly a threat, though. Okay, so so the organizer let me know that this has been noticed, and they're gonna keep an eye on it, but they haven't reversed the game state. So we'll see the Boba Fett Disintegrator follow up here. Not a threat that is difficult to deal with for the Kira deck. Also, Kira got to look at the top 2 card of the deck with Infinite Fall, so he should be able to get some good draws from now on. And initiative is to the Kira player. Make an opening here. Once again, not the most efficient answer here. Not enough to deal with this Boba, but he will prevent the Boba from dealing too much damage this turn. And the Boba is going to be attacking for 1. Yeah, only 1 because he's -2/-2. And okay, that's the reason he did this. So then the unit is weak enough so he can follow that up with a Vigilance, heal his base completely, and finish off the Boba. So he's end up with only 5 damage on his base. And a board that is clean. Still hasn't used Energy Conversion Lab. And has some board presence space, so he's going to be able to deal a bit of damage in space as well, which is nice. Thorrk comes out, he step out, and it's time to deal a bit of damage. It's time to put a bit of pressure. He could try to take initiative to prevent the Thorrk from attacking, but I think he's healthy enough, and at the end of the day, he still needs to finish the game by attacking his opponent, so I believe it is worth it to attack here. Crafty Smuggler, attack again with the Inferno Fall. And Kira, what is he looking for at this point? I think like something like a Snoke or an Avenger would be really what he needs. He needs like very big beaters. Obviously, he is the late game deck. He needs to have late game presence. I'm going to take a look at what kind of super late game card we can expect from his deck. Oh yes, he plays Devastator. He does play Avenger, and he does play Supreme Leader Snoke. So he should be able to get those big cards unless he sided them out, which I would be a very big mistake. So yeah, the clock is definitely is going to be a factor in this game. Kenny, Mitchell, Otto, both in games, clock and also round clock. Yeah, those definitely, definitely the Kira player is probably going to be concerned about the clock here. For a potential draw would be a disaster for both players. I think the Kira player will have the time to wrap up this game and finish this game, but he will have enough time to finish this game, but enough game for game 3, that is not so sure. Bosque coming out. Interesting that we're seeing Bosque being played instead of Lucky. Lucky has recently been a lot more popular, and here's going to be a Supreme Verdict. That's not going to make the game any shorter. As I said, he would have preferred here a big beater, like an Avenger or something, but that's not what he got, and he's going to have to reset the ball with Super as the Blast. This means that now, this is the moment where Fetch Fire Spray can enter the ballet and start beating down. Yeah, Fetch Fire Spray is going to be a great card at this point in the game. Can Luke pull it off here and prevent a game 3 by good old Fire Sprays? And that's going to be a very nice Phantom. Really good against 2 Paradoxide have been played so far. So against Paradoxide, it's unlikely to matter, but it's very good against Avenger. Gideon comes out. Once again, not the card he was really looking for. And counting that Bouncer, this is a huge play here. And that's a very bad turn for the Kira player. That is a very bad turn. And okay, so he decided to replay the Gideon using Energy Conversion Lab, also getting a +1/+1 counter, but it doesn't change the fact that there's a TIE Phantom. Once again, he wants to find that Snoke. Snoke is a good answer to, is one of the answers that he has against Phantom here, as he can give -2/-2, a global -2/-2 to every units. Yeah, we haven't seen any single card from the Kira player. I don't think he has played a single card that cost more than 8. That cost more than 7, sorry. So no Snoke, no Avenger. And this is like a super late game card. I think is really what is causing him to be in trouble at this point. He's going to put a 3/2 blocker here. Excellent answer to TIE Phantom. And the Cantina Bouncer is once again an excellent card, as it's like a medium-sized unit to bounce back in his hand, putting another threat. He still has a long way to go in terms of damage, but he's managing to keep the pressure, and the Kira player is unable to really lock this game out. And once again, the lack of super late game card is what is causing this. And now the Bodywork comes out, get rid of Slay the Dragon, only a Sentinel, a Spike Sentinel, and a Gideon left in hand. That is certainly not the kind of card that he's really afraid of. Sentinel Pike is going there. Will he trade the Phantom for the 3/2 Sentinel before the Gideon comes out, or will he just simply take the initiative? Luke is currently looking through his options. I believe he has 3 resources left available. I think he just passed. And a Gideon just comes out. Use Kira's ability. No, he took initiative, looks like. Yeah. Kira simply just used Kira's ability. You can see the Kira player is going through the motion quickly because he knows that time is going to be a factor in this game. He did find an overwhelming barrage, which is an excellent card when you have a Gideon in play. 7 damage here, not quite enough to kill both Body Rook and Cantina Bouncer, but it's still going to be able to deal the Body Rook, to kill the Cantina Bouncer, grow this Body Rook so he can start slamming down huge chunk of damage to the base, and hopefully wrap up this game as quickly as possible, because not only does he have to win, he also has to win relatively quickly. Okay, so the trade here with the 3/2 Sentinels. On the Phantom, okay. A bit surprised by this play. So he gets to, normally the Kira player should be able to get a +1/+1 counter. Looks like he forgot about it. Okay, he forgot about this +1/+1 trigger from Gideon. I don't think it's a big deal, but definitely a small mistake. The cost of sometimes having to play quickly. With the Snoke in play, now the Body Rook dies as he attacks Spike Sentinel. And now he gets himself another +1/+1. So basically the Gideon player, sorry, the Kira player forgot not 1 but 2 +1/+1 counter this turn, because he should have also got a +1/+1 counter from the Cantina Bouncer. These are some mistriggers. Yeah, this can happen whenever you play under stress. I don't think it's going to be a massive difference. I still think he should be able to win this game because he's completely taken over. As I said, all he needed was like a big beater. That's all he needed, basically. But this Fire Spray is scary, but at the end of the day, it's only a 3/4, so not the end of the world. And that's going to be a last barrage here to get rid of the Fire Spray, and I believe he should have lethal on board. I guess the Boba player can still save time by using Cunning. Once again, he forgot to but it looks like he's going to concede. He understands that now he has no way to win the game, so he wants to go for game 3 because he doesn't want to end up in a draw. So both players are probably going to be playing very, very quickly on that third game to try to get this going. No sideboard, just straight up to the game. And this is going to be a 1-1. Yeah, so Ricky Parson, the gameplay is so sloppy, there's no judge watching the feature in person. So there's a big difference to make between mistrigger and basically people playing the rule wrong. There's been a couple of rules played wrong, but this happens in tournaments. The mistrigger, though, is 100% the responsibility of the players. If the players are not able to play their cards correctly, it's on their it's their loss. So it's part of the skill of a card game player. You have to be playing under pressure quickly without missing anything. But once again, I would not fault any of those players. You're playing long tournament with a lot of rounds. This is already round 5. That means you've been playing for about 5 hours. You are on stream, you're under pressure. You're also under time pressure because players have to be playing quickly. So I think all this can be explained easily by just looking at the circumstances, and you would say it's not so easy to play perfectly well under those specific circumstances. So I wouldn't blame the players, and I wouldn't blame the tournament either, because even for those missed triggers on experience, the judge doesn't have to say anything about it. Even if the judge was there, he wouldn't say anything because that's a missed trigger. That's the responsibility of the player to make sure it's done well. Anyway. So here's the Boba coming out. So that was a turn 1. Enforcer, getting rid of the Viper Probe Droid at turn 2, Boba Fett. And then we see the Super Laser Technician. Both players, of course, are trying to get through the motion as quickly as possible, but there's a certain limit. And once again, we've seen so many 4 LOMs this game, and every time 4 LOM has been a very good help. And here we can see Super Laser Technician, of course, crying into 4 LOM, crashing into 4 LOM. Get to ramp, but damage is being dealt to the base, so not a bad start for the Boba player. And here we're going to see the ECL Gideon this time around, not forgetting about the +1/+1, and getting himself with a very nice big units on the board. Greedo coming out. Greedo actually good enough to trade with that Gideon, so it's a big deal that he managed to untap one. He once again did the dream play of 4 LOM, kill a unit, untap with Boba, and play a Greedo. It's not something you can do very often, but when you can do it, it's so good. And here you see the Death Trooper is will finish with the Greedo, get the +1/+1 trigger, and no trigger from the Greedo. He could have been able to kill the Death Trooper. Unfortunately, won't be able to do it. Once again, Luke forgot to unexhaust his Boba Fett. And he's going to play a Zicus once again, giving good opportunities for, just like in the 2 previous games. This could run away very badly here for them. This could go very poorly for the Boba player. Power the dark side on the Zicus, that's a great value. Another +1/+1 count on Gideon, and Gideon could completely run away with the game here. He's so big. He's so incredibly good. He could just smash into base to try to deal damage to base. But he's going to prefer to one-shot the Boba, and I think this is the right play. And you know what he also could do? He could also deploy Kira just to heal his Gideon. But he decided to not deploy the Kira, decided to keep it for later. I feel like Kira could have been a good play here, healing the Gideon a little bit, and more importantly, being able to smash into base. I feel like whenever you're under time constraint, you also have to change the way you play and kind of play a bit more aggressively. And this is what I would have personally done. I would have deployed the Kira, try to put a bit more of a beat down. Mercenary Gunship, not a great follow-up here for the Boba player. And the Gideon is going to smash for a lot. This is 9 damage into the base here, guys. This Gideon is the ticket for victory for the Kira player. So the Kira player, forgot his name. I'll change that. Mitchell, sorry. So Mitchell is the Kira player. So, second, Mercenary Gunship. Those are not really the most amazing card if you want to put pressure on. And he needs to find some sort of waylay and some sort of ways to deal with it. And beautiful barrage here, getting rid of both. And that's it. Kira player ends up winning the game. Mitchell, congratulations to him here. Winning 2-1. Very, very clutch win. Managing to find... This was not easy for him because he had to win in a very timely manner. And he find the line of play. The kind of line that completely... That can really wrap the game very quickly, even when you're playing control. And I feel like this is one of the great qualities of the more like traditional mid-range ramp deck rather than just pure control deck, mid-range control deck rather than pure control decks, is that they have the ability to wrap up games very quickly, given the right circumstances. And Mitchell took advantage of this and managed to win against the odds. I feel like Luke had a very good sideboard against his opponent, but he didn't really manage to find his sideboard cards quickly enough to really take advantage of them really very much. And this was a beautiful... but yeah, the double Mercenary Gunship kind of follow-up play here on game 3 was really not what the Boba player was hoping for. and as a result, the game kind of slipped out of control. Something also worth mentioning is the fact that every single game, the Boba player went for Zucus on 5, Zucus into Boba, and this is really not, in my opinion, not the best line of play. It's not really the best Boba turn you can have in this particular matchups. Yeah, I would say Zucus into Boba is always a bit awkward versus a Kira deck, because Kira can just simply just half HP everybody. So Dorian Leonard, I really don't see the use of Zucus when 4 LOM has been dealt with. Okay, well, I disagree with this. I think that in a lot of matchup, a 6/6 for 5 can be very, very effective. But I do agree with you that it can be a little bit situational sometimes. It's not only a 6/6, right? It's a 6/6 that is Saboteur. So there are situations where obviously proactive play don't do so much, but there are situations where it's extremely effective. So I like Zucus. I play as a 2-of, generally speaking. And obviously, if Zucus was not good, if Zucus was worthless, without 4 LOM, then he wouldn't see play, because the Zucus in the 4 LOM into Zucus play is fairly rare, to say the least. Anyway, we're now going to go into the player's interview. I'll catch you right back, and thank you again for watching.
Welcome back to the tournament. I'm here with your round 5 winner, Mitchell. Mitchell, that looked like a slog of a game out there. How are you feeling after that?
I'm going to leave, honestly, because I'm actually going to be very easy. I mean, I saw game 3 quite simple, like the first 2 games, not going the way I wanted to go.
Yeah, and how come it wasn't going the way you wanted to? What were you hoping those first 2 games would look like in comparison to that game 3 that obviously went exactly as you planned?
Yeah, and then third game I did perfect. The second game was just a slog because I couldn't go on possible. In the first game, I couldn't get my fucking goal.
Yeah, absolutely. And what do you think was the key to your success so far in the tournament? There's only 3 undefeated players left. You are one of them. Like, what would you say is the key to getting into this spot?
Probably my dad. It's just probably that match on the data is very easy.
Yeah.
Shout out to the whole
Yeah. And when you've seen so much Boba in the room as well, like, I think it's such a favourable match.
I'm saying as well. I played single lines. It's not Australia, at least the first game.
And you're like, I've been waiting for this match
waiting for
all
this
day.
match.
And everyone's here for your funeral as well. Hey, well, you managed to pull it out at the end. You had a little shout out there. Anyone else with shout out?
Shout out to the boys.
Fantastic. Yeah, amazing. And lastly for me as well, how have you found the tournament today? How have you found the venue? How have you found the organisation?
It's been great, honestly. I played 5 games for 15 minutes.
It's probably one of the best ones I've ever played. There's plenty of space in the table. There's rounds. I see one of those then. I sit down and say,
Well, listen, Mitchell, I'm going to let you get on. You've got another big game to prepare for. Thank you so much for coming onto the camera here with us. And we'll be right back with round 6. Thanks. Thank you so much, Mitchell. That was a lovely interview. I'll probably have you back on stream.
Hi everyone, welcome to round 6 of the UK TC Leicester 1K tournament. And today we're gonna have a game. This is gonna be Mark on your right hand side playing as Sabine ECL. And on the left we got Matt, which we saw earlier, I believe, with his Bosque deck. So I've been a little bit critical about Matt Bosque because I felt like it was really the underdog against that Vader, but one of the advantages of his deck compared to the Vader deck we saw earlier is that I think it's much more capable of taking on aggro, and I think his deck has game against Sabine. We're gonna see how it goes. He's playing a 25 HP base. He doesn't have a lot of ways to heal. I think he only healing is gonna be the reinforcement walker, so it's gonna be a tough matchup for him anyway. But I believe he has some tools that can really go off and be very strong in the early stage of the game. So I'm very excited to see what this game is going to come out. This is round 6, and welcome to THD for this round. So both players are going to be mulliganing here. Looks like Mark is gonna have is gonna have the initiative for this game, which I don't think matters too much for the specific matchup. Bosque is very much going to be looking to play probably how's it called, a bounty in the first turn of the game and try to kill it off with Boss to try to trigger this early bounty, try to find those 3/3 sentinels, which are going to slow down the Sabine players, so he can buy himself enough time to find his mid-range cards and try to take over the board. Whenever you're playing an ECL deck, you really want to take over the board, and because if you don't and you take too much damage, then you put yourself in danger of getting 4 cards, I believe, then, because you only have 25 HP. So yeah, it is time now. Both players have to be playing with the hand that they have. We know Matt's deck. We know that he's playing some Deathmark. He's playing basically more bounties than most Bosque deck do. At least the Bosque that I've personally been encountering and playing myself, which are called the best ramp. But he still plays a Bosque ramp. He still plays Super Laser Technician. He still plays, of course, the Price on Your Head. However, he does not play resupply, at least not in the main deck. So we see here turn 1, Matt going for the R2D2, and this one is going to get bountied with a bounty antiquary. This is really the best bounty you can have in the history of the game. With that being said, R2D2 is a relatively tanky unit, so it's going to take a while for him to get rid of it, and if he does, it's going to require him to spend something like an open fire. So yeah, this is not a good matchup for Bosque. We're all aware of this, but I believe it's a winnable game. It's a winnable matchup. I think you must not underestimate the power of double bounty trigger on Bosque. It's something that the Sabine player typically cannot really interact too much with. Doesn't have any, doesn't play like any upgrade removal at the main deck. No, at least unless he plays the Podam run, I guess. But usually you're able to trigger your bounty before that happens. So, this turn 1 play, by the way, the R2D2, not exactly a super threatening turn 1 play, so having the R2 not being dealt with, not really a big deal. It's only a 1 attack units, but it's going to get boosted here by the Fleet Lieutenant going for a 3 attack here, and gets, of course, to see the top of this deck, and put this deck at the bottom here. And that's the Sabine ECL. Obviously, in my opinion, proactively, it is the strongest deck in the game. Obviously, people adapt their deck to beat it, and once people make that adjustment, I don't think Sabine is as powerful whenever people are kind of adjusting for it. But I would say at face value, just ignoring, like proactively, it is, in my opinion, the strongest deck in the game. And no, this is time, of course, for Bosque is thinking about, Matt is thinking about using the ECL this turn. He's getting quite a bit behind on board, so he needs to make something happen this turn. But first, he's gonna once again deal another damage to R2D2, and now we're gonna see ECL. That's gonna be ECL into Super Laser Technician. That's a good play. This allows him to trigger his bounty, ramp at the same time to be able to get himself a Bosque on the next turn, which is absolutely really good for him. On top of course, getting a unit that, because this bounty antiquary is extremely crucial. He needs to find something really good to play. If he missed that on this, if he whiffs on this, this is basically game over. He cannot miss on this. This is the top 10, so it would be extremely unlikely. What does he find? He finds a Toro. Not bad at all. Not bad. Toro can actually trade with the Fleet Lieutenant and stay alive. And we see a Dengar coming into play as well. And oh my god, Dengar gets to untap the Toro. Yeah, this is one of the great assets of Dengar. I never thought about it, but yeah, there's actually a pretty cool combo between Dengar and Toro. This makes this little interaction very cool. Very well played, and just like that, Bosque stabilizes the board. He hasn't taken too much damage. A full damage on turn 4 is completely acceptable. And he's extremely far ahead on board. And do not forget, guys, he also managed to ramp. But keep in mind, never forget that Mark has ECL available. Mark can go and he can obviously ambush with the ECL and completely turn this game, this board state upside down. So yeah, Yennifers of Vengerbird. Yeah, GG, go next. No, it is not GG, guys. as soon, like, don't count the Sabine player out until he's used ECL. And now he's going to use ECL with the K2SO. Okay, this is not the most spectacular ECL in the world, but this will allow him to deal 2 damage into the base and kill the Toro and not lose his K2SO. He's also going to be able to deploy the Sabine. So, what is the play next? We'll see the boss coming out, of course. And obviously you want to get the Sabine out. Oh my god, I just saw that Bosque has a force choke as well. He has a direct answer to Sabine, and this is looking very, very good for Bosque. Here you go, the Sabine. Oh, that's going to be a barrage here. Just enough to kill the Sabine and the K2SO. What a spectacular turn of event here. And this time, this is looking very bad for Sabine, because his ECL use was not spectacular, and more importantly, he put himself in a situation where he's used his ECL now, he's completely behind on board, and he hasn't dealt a lot of damage to the base. So things are looking very, very bad for the Sabine player. This is absolutely nasty. And the Dengar still in play, of course. Dengar, good combination with Bosque, obviously deals damage to units that get bountied, and then you can finish them off with something. Things are looking very, very rough for Sabine. This is obviously the ideal opening for the Sabine player. As I said, the turn 1, this is the reason why I'm personally not a big fan of R2D2. Because it's simply just a little bit too easy. It just doesn't really do anything. It just doesn't deal a lot of damage. I mean, there's a situation against control where having a sticky unit is very nice. But generally speaking, I would just rather have a unit that deals damage. That's just my opinion. So we'll see now, of course, position, completely dominant board position here for the boss player. Sabine not only has been used and dealt with, significant damage on the base and 9 damage to the base as well, and the ECL has been used. Everything is looking great for Bosque. Bosque is also 1 resources ahead because he ramped earlier. So this is looking to be an unlosable game for the boss deck, but we'll see how it unfolds. I would not concede. If I was Sabine, I would keep playing. But I don't think it's an unwinnable game for Sabine, but it is definitely not looking good at all. And that's going to be a Cassian. Cassian is a good one. Can go and attack to the base right away and doesn't die to anything. With that being said, you usually prefer to keep your Cassian for later on in the game when you're closer to kill your opponent, and he's going to get force choked right away. 4 resources left over for Bosque. Plenty of opportunities to make some pretty big plays and completely reinfest this board. And he's going to go for a double attack 4+2. What else does he have to play? That's going to be another Toro. Price on your heads and Dengar being drawn here for Bosque. Not exactly great draws, but I don't think he needs great draws at this stage of the game. I think he's fine. He's basically fine. The best possible play here for Sabine is obviously would be a Wrecker. Wrecker comes into play 7/6, doesn't get killed by anything right away, at least without the help of another card, and will be able to kill the Toro right away. So 15 means it in. I think the plan for Bosque is simply just to win the game here. He has 4+3+2. He's basically 9 damage on board. He just needs 1 more damage and he wins the game. And since he has a Dengar, he can basically go Bosque, Toro, Dengar attack, then play another Dengar, untap and win the game like this. But that's assuming the Sabine player doesn't do anything, which he will because he plays Timely Intervention. Timely Intervention and K2 SO will kill the Dengar, and you're like, well, that's fine. I got another spare Dengar in my hand. Timely Intervention here. This is a good play, go. It's a good play. He gets to deal 3 damage to the base, and he prevents lethal for this turn, I believe. Keep in mind, the hand of Bosque is not exactly amazing, so that's something worth keeping in mind. Dengar comes out to untap the... And that's it. That's GG. That's exactly lethal. And this game was an extremely good showcase of Dengar. This was a case to play Dengar. I was like, you didn't think Dengar was a good card? Let me show you. Let me show you what I can do with Dengar. And here, Dengar combining with Toro, proving to be extremely effective. And yes, I can see it against aggro, absolutely. And this is what I said earlier. Bosque, the boss deck of Matt is definitely geared to beat Sabine because it is much lower to the ground. He plays a lot cheaper units. A lot of ways also was Force Choke. Notably, this obviously has a cost. He sacrifices his matchup against other things. He's going to make his matchup against Kira worse. He's going to make his matchup against Vader worse. But he's going to make his match against Sabine much better. So, obviously, this is still... I still don't believe this is like an amazing matchup for Bosque, because at the end of the day, you're still playing a 25 HP base, and you still have no heal. But it doesn't change the fact that it's still probably the deck is a lot better against aggro than something like a Vader, or even like a more rampy version of Bosque. So basically, the sideboard here for Bosque, he has 2 Daring Raids, is decent against aggro, not amazing but decent. And he has a Sabine. Okay, never mind. That's okay. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, he has oh, he has 2 top targets. Okay, it's out of aspect top targets. Out of aspect top targets in Bosque is very interesting. You basically pay 3, and then you get double heal from Bosque for 12 healing. I actually love that. I actually play, personally, in my version of Bosque, I actually play the client, because client double trigger, but top targets on Bosque is also equally as powerful, if not better. The advantage of out of aspect client is that clients can be fetched from Vader and from Bounty Hunter Quarry. But yeah, top target out of aspect, I can totally a decent, very good idea. So we'll see if that kicks off in game 2. He's definitely going to side this in for sure, 100%. On the Sabine side of things, I think he's definitely going to bring in Bright Hope. Bright Hope is very good against Bosque because you can, first of all, it's a space unit with very high health. That's very difficult to kill. And it comes into play. You can bounce your own units, and the objective, of course, bounce your own unit that have a bounty on them to get rid of the bounty. So it's very good. And what else does he have? He's playing the Donna in the sideboard. I don't think this is what you want in this matchup. He's also playing Mace Window in the sideboard. Interesting. And then Rebel Assault. I don't think Rebel Assault is good against a deck that has a lot of removal. It's gonna be hard to keep a lot of units on the board against this deck. So I believe the only sideboard card he's gonna have probably gonna be Bright Hope. So little information about Mark's version of the deck. He's playing 3 R2D2. He's also playing the full package of 3 Dark Sabers. And keep in mind, guys, that I think Bosque plays absolutely no upgrade removal whatsoever. Yeah. So Matt plays no upgrade removal whatsoever. Just for your information, there's 3 players who are undefeated at 5-0, and what you're watching right now is the player with us 5-0 versus the players at 4-0. So currently, Matt, the Bosque player, won game 1. And we're ready to go for game 2. This is, if you are joining us, We are round 6 of the UKTC 1K tournament in Leicester, a tournament with 95 players, which makes it, to my knowledge, the biggest tournament with Shadow of the Galaxy after Gen Con, after the tournament happened in Gen Con in the United States. So, in my opinion, to my knowledge, once again, the biggest tournament in Europe since Shadow of the Galaxy. So Ray Nepler's, it's 5-0 versus 4-1. So Matt is currently 4-1 and Mark is currently 5-0. And there's currently 3 players at 5-0, I believe. Yeah, Yennefer's of Vanguard. No dynamic Fang Fighters is interesting. Yes, definitely I like Fang Fighters. But maybe it's a meta call. Maybe he thinks there's not going to be so many upgrades in the meta. And I can definitely see this happening. I just find it too good versus, especially versus Boba armor. I just don't see what this boss deck... I think if this boss deck runs against Boba armor, I think it just concedes right away. I don't see how he can deal with... And here we see Mark here on the turn 1 of the game decide to use Sabine's ability right away. This is a very common play for Sabine, and the reason why you do this is you want to see where your opponent goes. Oh my god! Oh my god, Mark has no turn 1 play. Mark has no turn 1 play. This could be a 2-0 win for Bosque. I mean, obviously this doesn't necessarily mean an auto win, but this is a huge play for Bosque. An absolute massive... Oh, and a wing leader! Wing leader with nothing to play! Oh no! Oh, what a disaster for Mark. I have no idea what happened here. Did he mulligan into this? This is incredibly unlucky. Oh, never mind. He's gonna change his mind and play for... he's gonna concede! Did he concede here? What is going on? What is going on here? Only deal 3 damage with that for a cause. Only deals 3 damage with that for a cause. I believe this was a handshake. I think that was just for fun. I don't think he really conceded there. This is obviously not good. You do not want to play for a cause, I believe in, that early in the game. Simply because for a cause, I believe in, doesn't provide any board presence. You're probably dealing a lot more damage by playing a unit early on and putting pressure rather than playing this. For a cause, I believe in, is typically a finisher, a card that you want to play at the end to finish the opponent off when your opponent thinks he's managed to stabilize the game. You play for a cause and you win. Wow, what an incredible... Okay, so John D. Giovanni, he thanked him for the take back. Okay, that's basically a better explanation. But yeah, it's just a horrible start. Yeah, definitely I think for a cause I believe in is better than playing a wing leader without anything to play. And then Bosque followed that up with a Toro. Anyways, that is a disastrous turn. This is one of the worst opening, because usually when Sabine missed their turn 1 play, at least there's something good to play on turn 2. But in this case, Mark missed his turn 1 and had a pretty bad turn 2. And this is just such an incredibly bad thing for you to happen. Yeah, Yennefer of Vanguard, I actually wanted to see a good game to learn from, but oh well, lol. Yeah, this happens. This definitely happens. Looks like Mark decided to side in the Dodonna, but Dodonna into an empty board, not exactly what you're looking for. Mark keeps on adding up the bad plays. This is so unfortunate. And here's the attack here of Toro. And the Sabine gets deployed here. Obviously, Mark is respecting his opponent's Dodonna. And the Sabine gets to benefit from the +1/+1 bonus from the Dodonna. And so yeah, the Dodonna +1/+1 makes Sabine a little bit more resilient. Notably, Sabine doesn't get killed by choke anymore. That's a very good point raised by... sorry, it's going too far in the chat. Yeah, by Rain Nerpal. Very, very good point. Dodonna comes into play, untap Toro, and now Toro is ready to trade into Dodonna or start beating on the base. I still feel like he needs to respect the ability of the Sabine players to win games, to deal damage. So he needs to stabilize this board here, taking a 4 from Sabine. Oh, actually, Boss does have a false choke in hand. Interesting. This is a price on your head on Dodonna. He can then finish off the Dodonna using Bosque's ability. Oh, no, never mind. He doesn't even have to. Just the damage from Dengar is enough to finish off the Dodonna. And suddenly, Sabine now is back to being a 2-5. Can be killed by false choke now. And that's going to be a Bounty Hunter Quarry. Bounty Hunter Quarry, and I believe Bounty Hunter Quarry, another damage with the Sabine, and now all he has to do is deploy the Bosque, attack the Bosque, kill the Sabine, and he gets double trigger. Oh, never mind, he decided to do it with the Toro. Personally, I would have done it, I would have personally done it with Bosque. So then I get to keep my Toro alive. And especially with the double bounty, he would have been able to untap Toro again and attack again for free. So, a bit of not the most optimal way to do it in my opinion, but it doesn't really make a difference. He's so incredibly far ahead now. This is a double trigger on Bounty Hunter Quarry. Absolutely nasty. Finds a punishing one. He also has, of course, a Sentinel on the ground. This game is pretty much unlosable from this point, I believe. Oh, I'm not saying unlosable though, because ECL is still available. After ECL has been used, this is something I've got to learn with Sabine, is like, nothing is truly desperate with Sabine as long as you got a ECL available. Punishing one. What a bold state here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12 potential damage on the board. Not quite enough for lethal, thankfully, but very close to. This is going to be a 2-turn clock. And that's going to be a timely intervention with K2SO. A pretty impactful play, and still no use of ECL. Is there hope for Mark? Is there hope for Mark for a comeback? We'll see. We'll see about that. Unlikely, but... Oh, I believe there's another Bounty Hunter Quarry for Bosque. So you can simply just play Bounty Hunter Quarry on the K2SO. And finish the K2SO like that, and get another double trigger on the Bounty Hunter Quarry, which will also untap the punishing one. This is absolutely nasty. This is basically Bounty has FFG intended it. FFG basically, they made this expansion. They said, we want this to be happening, and finally it's happening in competitive play. We're gonna see exactly all the bounty cards kind of going in each other. This is like top level Shadow of the Galaxy. This is the best of what Shadow of the Galaxy can offer, guys. Yeah, because I have to say, like, there's been a lot of new mechanics with Shadow of the Galaxy, and not that many of them ended up seeing a lot of competitive play, unfortunately. But Bounty here, as you can see, is definitely going to be showing its true color. But Bosque gets to go into the damage. He's hiding his intention as long as possible. Make sure he's not going to get interrupted. Plays another Toro. Plays the Bounty Hunter Quarry. Trigger from Dengar. 1 damage. That's enough to kill a K2SO. And now with Bosque in play, that's going to be a double trigger on the Bounty Hunter Quarry. This is absolutely nasty. And untap, punishing one. And if he finds just one a bounty hunter out of those top 10 cards, he gets to untap Toro and get for another 3 attack. That's going to be another 6. Not exactly lethal. None of this really matters, but it is just fun. It is just good fun. That's why we play the game, guys. Come on, Mark. You know what's going on here. You know what's going on. You faced this just before. And you go. Does not untap the Toro, but that's fine. Look at the board. It's not like Sabine plays Super Laser Blast. And even if he had, he would have to wait another 4 turns for this to happen. Absolutely insane what's going on here. But to be honest, it's a bit unfortunate that it didn't happen in a game where it actually matters. Like, it would be so much more fun if this would have happened in a game where there were any way for Mark to lose anyway, for Matt to lose anyway. But yeah, Matt will take, unsurprisingly, Matt will take this game. It started off with obviously no turn 1 play from Mark, so very unfortunate for Mark. I'm assuming he did mulligan into absolutely nothing. This does happen in Star Wars Unlimited. Thankfully, it does not happen very often, as opposed to other games in which we shall not name, where you can literally lose about 10 to 20% of your games. Just like that. In Star Wars Unlimited, those kind of games where you don't get to play the game at all because of bad luck, that is just extremely rare. It does happen. Maybe it's like, I would say maybe less than 5% of the games. So that's just the nature of card games. And obviously it does not feel good when it happens so late in a tournament like this. As a result, Mark would be at 5-1, and Matt will also be at 5-1. I also got to enjoy that. Usually that kind of games are pretty boring when someone just but here Matt with his bounty shenanigans managed to keep the game entertaining for us, even despite the lack of interaction from the opponent, to say the least. Kenny, Michael is saying, good night, chat. Thank you again for casting. Thank you for coming, and I'll catch you later. I am Ushida. Where can I see a list of this Bosque? I believe all the lists will be posted by the organizer at some point, and you can count on me on doing a debriefing about the tournament where I'll be taking a look at the top 8. I usually cover all tournaments that have about 100 players or more, and this tournament has about 95 players, so I will definitely cover it on my channel. The Alliance Dispatch, will they still do round 7? I don't see why not. So we got one more rounds to be together. But first we're gonna have another players interview, and then we go into round 7. There might be a little bit of downtime between round 6 and round 7, simply because this game ended a little bit earlier than what you would expect. Ayame Ushida, do you have a Discord or something where can you post it? So I don't have a Discord as of today, but this will be posted by the organizer, and then I will post it on my YouTube channel, probably in the upcoming videos. So watch out for this as it's gonna come out. Thank you so much for following this round, and I'll see you for the next round soon. And I'll pass it on to there's going to be a little break and probably the players interview coming up.
tank fighter is the same.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back, and it's redemption here for Matt. We had him on earlier. Didn't quite go your way on that game in particular, but you managed to fight back to, I dare say, a pretty academic victory there against Sabine. How did that match go for you?
I mean, I have to say, it just went excellently. The matchup is good for me. It's exactly what you want to be facing a deck that's going to be playing the board early, so you can get your bounties on things and just take control as soon as Bosque comes out. The value you get out of double claiming with the quarries and stuff. And if you saw the game, your board fills up so fast, and they just sit there like done.
And that's it. Like the amount of ground units you just consistently had over both of those games. I mean, it was a huge miss from Mark on turn one, not having a 2-cost to get into play first of all.
Yeah.
But you just literally rolled the punches at that point. You're like, perfect. That's the exact start I need Sabine to see, and I'm just going to take advantage. You know, already, I presume favourable match as well.
Yeah, very favourable. I say board presence early decks are what I want to be facing. And he skips basically turn 1 and 2 with a no turn 1 play into a Thorrk clause, which means I'm not getting bounties on things, but at the same time, it's the Sabine that's not playing units against you. That's okay by me. The issue you face with Bosque, as you saw in the earlier game, if you did, is if they're not playing units and then they're ramping and gaining value themselves, then you start falling behind and having trouble. But if you're not playing units, you're not winning the game. So
yeah, you kind of got to have them in play, otherwise you're eventually going to run out of steam, right?
Exactly.
Talk to me about your deck choice, because as far as I'm concerned, this is a pretty off the wall idea that you've got going on here.
It is. It's definitely not similar to a lot of Bosque lists that have been out that use a lot of like the stolen land speeder. Generally not a fan. The idea basically was bounty hunter's quarry is really good.
Yeah.
3 drops in black, red, green are really good.
Yeah.
Why not just put a deck full of 3 drops in quarries and get a load of value out of that?
Yeah, and see what happens from there.
Yeah, you've got the ability to switch up so nicely because you're playing punishing ones and black suns in space. You've got metallicans, which do that cheeky unsuspend damage through clearing border, and all your sentinels on the ground as well. Like you can switch arenas so easily. Yeah, you can answer anything your opponent's doing to you if you're doing it right.
Yeah, amazing stuff. And talk me through your like experience of the event so far today. UKTC have just come into the space in regards to TCG tournaments. How have you, as a competitive player, found the event so far?
It's been great. Everything's been on time, prompt, quick. Round turnarounds are fantastic. No delays. Yeah, venue's nice. Vendors, food, drinks, everything's offered. Fantastic.
Amazing stuff. And a personal question from me around like the overall sort of TCG sphere, if you will. Me and you have known each other through quite a few different games.
We have.
We've been through plenty of them. I asked one of our other competitors earlier as well, but really keen to get your insight. What sets Star Wars Unlimited apart from those other TCGs in your opinion?
I think what sets Star Wars Unlimited apart is that I think the game is just overall crafted so well, and you're actually where I've played a lot of other games, Yu-Gi-Oh, Vanguard, Digimon. I've played loads. A lot of the time, it just felt like I do a big combo and I win if you didn't see the right stuff. I feel like for Star Wars, it's a really properly game against your opponent, and you get a game out of it, and you're always going to turns 5, 6, 7, 8. We know a lot of other card games, they finish on turn 3. Yeah. You sat there and watch your opponent do something for 20 minutes and then went to game 2. Like Star Wars, you generally have a game, it's like a chess match, it's fantastic. Every decision matters, every action matters. It's just great.
Unless Sabine misses a 2-cost right. Otherwise, every game is really competitive, apart from that part there. Matt, have you got any shout outs? You are a local Leicester player here. I can see from the t-shirt one of our very local card game and board game stores here in Leicester, so I imagine they'll get a shout out. But anyone else that you would like to reference?
Shout out to yourself, Mr. F.
Stop it, yeah.
Boy. No, Revolt Board Gaming Cafe, fantastic. It's on Granby Street in Leicester. All sorts there. We do a local Monday night tournament for Star Wars as well. Really good scene, really good environment. Yeah.
Incredible. Right, I'm going to let you start preparing for our very last round. We won't be too much longer now. And then we can crown ourselves a champion. And Matt, you might well still be in the running for that, considering you've just won your pair down there as well against one of our undefeateds. So we'll keep our eye on you for sure. We may see you back here for the final.
Don't put me on another camera game, please.
We're going to put him on another camera one, please. Matt, all the best of luck, and we will send you back to the casting suite.
Hi everyone, welcome to THT for round 7 of the UKTC Leicester 1K tournament. Reminder, this tournament has 95 players competing. I think this is the biggest European tournament since Shadow of the Galaxy, and I think it's the biggest tournament apart from the Gen Con, the tournament that happened in Gen Con. So pretty exciting stuff, and it is the first tournament that UKTC organizes, and hopefully they organize many more bigger tournaments, more ambitious, maybe on multiple days. This is currently going to be round 7. There's not going to be any top cut for that tournament because they've decided to keep it simple for the first tournament. Having a top 8 does add 3 additional rounds where most players do not get to take part in it, and it does lengthen the tournament significantly, so it is not something that is advisable for a tournament that only is happening on one day. That's why they're only doing it 7 rounds. So super exciting for this last tournament. I believe the players should be starting off very soon. Okay, looks like we're gonna have a 10-minute break between now and the final, so I'll be right back with you in 10 minutes. Hi everyone, welcome back to the round 7 of the UKTC 1K Leicester tournament, and this is the final round of the tournament, so it's going to be super hyped. Just reminders, there's no top 8 for that tournament. They did it for organization simplicity, because obviously adding 3 additional rounds make the day quite a bit longer, especially for people who don't get to play in that top 8. So decided to keep it simple. I think top 8 tournaments are better for a tournament that happens over 2 days. So then you can get a second 2 day with the top cut, and people can run a side event if they want to, which is pretty cool. So for this final round, we see the players taking place here, and I'm going to be informed very soon who they are, even though we've probably already seen them in the event. So as you can see, there is Boba yellow on the left hand side, and on the other side we have Kira green. I think it's Mitchell who's playing Kira green. We've seen him on the stream before, and he's playing the version that plays ECL. So this is obviously a good matchup for Kira. We saw Boba yellow doing quite well versus Kira in the previous round, but eventually Mitchell managed to win the game with a very spectacular Gideon with tons of experience tokens, managed to keep the control back into the game. This is the final round, guys, so be excited. It's the last game we're going to come in today. It was a great journey, and the players are getting ready to start for winning the final prize. Days, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I believe there's £400 for the winner and £200 for the second. That means that those players are effectively playing for 400. They are basically playing for £200, which is not bad. For you Americans, it's probably around 250 quid, I believe. I'm informed that currently RV is playing Boba yellow, and he's called RV. Yeah, we haven't seen him on the stream so far, and he's 6-1. I think he's 5-1. while his opponent here is 6-0, I believe. Mitchell is the only undefeated player in this tournament. Quite of course, an impressive feat. So right now there's no place to see the list, but fear not, I will post the top 8 list on my YouTube as soon as I get them and as soon as I make the video, of course. As I'm of course going to do a debriefing about this tournament. Remember, it's a 95 player tournament. I think it's the biggest tournament that happened outside of Gen Con, talking about of course the tournament for Shadow of the Galaxy. And it's, I believe, the biggest European tournament after Shadow of the Galaxy. Of course, this is as far as I know. I could be mistaken. So here it goes. We're ready to start. Both players have drawn their opening hand. I believe both players have decided to keep their hands. So hopefully for close and interesting games. This matchup is, in my opinion, favorite for Kira, as it's been traditionally for mid-range deck. Those decks, so Chronic mid-range, the Iden mid-range that we saw in Spark of Rebellions, those decks were built to beat Boba originally, and this has not changed. It's just that obviously the Kira green, the mid-range green, black, blue decks have been upgraded, and so did the blue decks. With that being said, I believe the Boba has a lot more ways to react to this matchup, especially after sideboard. So I believe this matchup is heavily favored for Kira before sideboard, but after sideboard, this can definitely change. You can definitely see Boba can bring in a lot more stuff to deal with this matchup, and they have a lot more tools than they used to deal with control, notably with the TIE Phantoms. Anyway, turn 1 is going to be Enforcer Shielded, best possible turn 1 you can have for the Kira players. Crafty Smuggler, which is an alright turn 1 play for Kira. Definitely a good match against the good old Enforcer. We see Super Laser Technician here. Oh my god, okay. Okay, we get it, guys. He's running Time Phantom main deck. This is the sign of someone who says, okay, I'm playing Boba Yellow, yes, but I do not want to lose against Kira. I do not want to lose. I want to have a better matchup against Kira, and so he did. And so he brought the TIE Phantoms in order to give himself a better matchup, and I think this is going to help a lot for him. Okay. So, we'll see the DJ here. We'll be able to crash into his Crafty Smugglers to get himself an extra resources, but ooh, interesting. This is a very risky play. He goes for double tap plus 4 attack. Oh yeah. I was like, why is he giving it to Crafty Smuggler? Of course, you want this to go on your TIE Phantom, and the only thing that can really answer this would either be a make an opening or the 3/2 Ember, the 3/2 Sentinel units. These are literally the only 2 cards that can answer this, I believe. I don't know how many make an opening, but I know Mitchell does play some make an opening in his main deck. So we'll see if he's able to answer this. But this is definitely a very big power play. And Harvey is hoping that this is going to go through. Looks like this is just going to be using Kira's ability just to kill his own DJ to kind of get a ramp. And that means we're going to get a massive 8 swing into this base. Into the Super Laser, the energy conversion lab base. Here we go. 10 damage to the base now. Huge amount of pressure being placed on the Kira player. And you can see that already playing a TIE Phantom definitely makes a difference here. You see the Kira coming down. Doesn't really have much of an impact here. As he basically only managed to yeah, he basically only deals 1 damage to. So this time Kira is just being used to deal with the Crafty Smugglers. This is a costly. This is a very costly. Kira deploy. Traditional cards being drawn, but obviously is one of the advantages of killing small units with Kira is that you get to give Kira a huge amount of grit, and with that amount of grit, Kira becomes a very big menace on it by itself, and she's able to put a tremendous amount of pressure. Surprise Strike, oh my god, another Surprise Strike here for 7 damage in space. That's a huge play here for Boba. And look at the amount of damage, and then he puts his opponent down at 19, and this is the way to go, guys. If you want to beat But here, Michel finds the make an opening. He wish he had that card one turn earlier, but this is still, of course, a massive play for him to do this and be able to take this down. And here, the power of the dark side, and looks like Kira has managed to stabilize this game. Obviously, this is not over by any means. Keep in mind that Boba still has a card which I've heard is pretty good. It's called Fetch Fire Spray, and this is definitely going to be like the ideal finisher for this game. He's following up with a 7th Speed Defender, which is another great card, and unless the Kira players find another copies of Make an Opening, it might be in a big of a pickle. And here, so new turn's happening. 20 damage to base, and he's gonna go for the vigilance. This is an excellent vigilance here. Heal 5, get rid of this 7th Speed Defender. Crafty Smuggler follow-up is not exactly what you're looking for. This vigilance might be the nail in the coffin here for the Boba player. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like he find a Fetch Fire Spray, which means that this Kira will be able to crawl back into this game. And then he's going to follow that up with a Viper Probe Droid. And this is going to be no good to me dead to tap down and keep the Kira tapped. Obviously, Kira deals a lot of damage, so it's good to keep her tapped. With that being said, she can still... if an overwhelm barrage is being drawn, is huge. Interesting. So oh my god. Okay, so things are happening very quickly right now. He did not deploy. Looks like they decide to. Okay, I have no idea what the hell's going on here. Okay, he decided to not deploy his Boba, and they've decided to pass the turn. And obviously, immediate reaction, playing the Snoke, completely resetting this board, and with the Snoke in play. I don't think there's any way for Boba to win this game. A couple of plays from the Boba players which I don't really understand personally. I don't understand why he decided to not deploy. But once again, players are playing so quickly, it was a little bit hard to kind of think about the different options. But as a result, as you can see, huge board dominance here for the Kira players. No good to me that has been played on Snoke, that's why he did not untap. And this Kira by itself is just putting so much pressure on this Boba. Attack from there's a mistake here. This ship should not be dealing any damage because it has there's a Snoke into play. So sorry if I look super. I'm completely blinded by the light outside. And since I just moved out in my house, I do not actually have any blinds, which is very unfortunate. But anyway, I'm going to keep casting with the sun in my eyes. Anyway, I don't think this Counter Spacer should have dealt 2 damage since there's a Snoke into play. That should prevent it from dealing any damage for that matter. The table that is on stream is basically table 1, and this is basically the final game of the tournament. 7 game. Whoever wins this game is going to be the grand champion of the very first tournament organized by UKTC, and this is looking extremely good for Michel. Basically the ideal game, I would say, almost. And finds himself, of course, gets a hat up with 2 additional units on the board, putting a huge amount of pressure, and there's nothing the opponent can do. He's just going to concede, even showing his hand, being gentle enough to show his hand. I don't think he should be doing that. But whatever. It doesn't really matter. We're going into game 1, and Michel takes game 2. So this is currently Mitch versus Harvey, and currently Mitch is leading 1-0 in this matchup. As we said earlier, the mid-range green, black, blue decks have been designed from the very beginning to be very solid, very well-rounded control decks that were able to beat both aggro and Boba. And in Shadow of the Galaxy, those decks, the meta is not that different from Spark of Rebellion. Boba and Sabine are still the two decks to beat. Therefore, it is not a surprise that blue, green, black mid-range decks are equally just very powerful, because those decks basically beat those two decks. Of course, Kira was a significant upgrade for this deck, so is Snoke, so was many of the new tools that the deck got, and so is the same for Boba, also got a significant upgrade. But obviously this is still a very good matchup for Kira. This is a very good matchup for Kira. After sideboard, I'll be interested to know, unfortunately I didn't get the deck list that... Okay, let me take a look if I got the deck list here. Maybe I'll be able to... Yeah, okay. So for Kira, yeah, so top targets, vigilance are basically what we're expecting him to side in. Maybe not the full package, at least the vigilance, I would say. As for the Boba player, in the sideboard he got 2 Bazine, which is alright, 2 Body Rook, 1 additional copies of Locking Tie Phantoms, and probably Change of Hearts. This is the sideboard that I'm expecting, or the card that I'm expecting to be sided in from the Boba player, Harvey. And obviously those cards are a bit of a game changer. He also does play DJ in his main deck instead of Thorrk, which I believe, and this is something, it's a comment that I've made on my Boba video, is like, I believe that if you're looking to beat control, replacing your Thorrk by DJ could be a good idea, because DJ is a very big game changer where you get to smuggle in the late game, prevent your opponent from getting those big 8 drops. Looks like he's actually playing both, because I can also see a Thorrk in his hand. Yeah, Change of Heart is also an excellent card. Yeah, I love a Change of Heart is also an excellent card for this matchup. As you get to steal like very large units, is a very good finisher. But you need to put yourself in a position where you can actually do this. And here, once again, a very favorable turn 1 setup here for Kira with this Pike Sentinel versus the Crafty Smugglers. Crafty Smuggler cannot one-shot back Sentinels and cannot attack the base either. So this is definitely a good setup here for Kira right from the get-go. He gets to put a turn 2 play. But very early in the game is not necessarily the moment where Boba Yellow is really at its best. So give it time to cook something good. Does not play and here once again, the Kira player feels comfortable enough to be able to get a DJ, and I agree with him. Definitely this is a position where you can deploy DJ and feel relatively confident about it. So yeah, he feels definitely confident enough to go for ramp, and I cannot disagree with him. This is definitely a position in which he can totally do that. And here goes DJ Ho trading for the Crafty Smuggler. Easy trade, ramp, and manage your board at the same time. What else can you ask for? And a very inefficient attack into the store. This is again an amazing early game for Kira. Let's see if the Boba player can grind this out. Body Rook is an excellent card in this matchup to try to get the card advantage in favor of the Boba player and prevents big nasty stuff from happening to you, but it does not always work. Sometimes you simply don't find anything of value to discard, and sometimes you don't find anything at all. So there's always an element of surprise in this matchup. You're always not completely confident if it's going to work or not. And here we'll see a Rook, a card that we haven't seen a whole lot in Shadow of the Galaxy. It's going to be ECL'd, Rook ECL, to get rid of the... So significant amount of resources are being used, of course. So for people not familiar, you can resolve the ambush first and then the shielded after, meaning that you can take the damage and then put the shield on. This is a very popular play and something that is often worthy to do. And here you heal the rook and you remove the shield. So it looks like it didn't really matter in the end, since Kira is kind of resetting everybody. So the body rook, sorry, I didn't see what the body rook discarded. Unfortunately, players are going through the motion once again very quickly. The mark of good players, it is good to play quickly whenever you know what you're doing, whenever there's no big decision to be made. And the reason why you want to do this, you want to go through the motion pretty quickly whenever... okay, surprise strike on the Greedo. What is he going to go after? Okay, looks like he decided to take this play back. He's thinking a little bit more. If he can surprise strike the body rook, one-shot the body rook, and then trigger Greedo to kill the Kira, this would be an insane play for the Boba player. Let's see if he can do it, guys. Get ready for the flip. Okay, never mind. It looks like he decided to go after the base. Okay. A bit surprised by this. I felt like he could have done... Personally, when I'm very far behind in a game, I try to go for plays like this, which obviously don't have a guarantee of success, but if they work, can pull you back into this game. At this point, I feel like Harvey is very far behind. So in my opinion, he has to be pulling... He has to try. He has to try to pull like big plays like this. Risky plays that have maybe low chance of working, but if they do work, can completely turn the game on its head. Oh my god. Mitchell feels confident enough that he's going to go for a resupply. And here we see a new adventure that is going to be played on the rook. That means the rook is going to be tapped. Not the most exciting play in the world, especially as he gives back the shield to the rook as he's doing that. That is not a play that I would... It's not the play that I would have recommended, but maybe he has nothing better to do. And now we see Akira just trading straight up with a Boba. This is just a disaster for Boba, and I have to say I just don't understand why he didn't try to go for that big play. If he gets the unit on top here, this is such a huge payoff. And looks like Kira is in a good position here to take this game. I would say it would require some very spectacular things from the Boba players. A few damage on the base here. Oh, look like this Darth Maul here completely gonna crush this Greedo. He forgot the trigger of the Greedo. Okay, interesting. That would explain why he didn't make that play then. If he thought that this but yeah, important to know what your card does. Yeah, so he's gonna go for Fire Spray. Fire Spray is obviously always a great card. The fact that he decided to play the new adventures on the rook, another way that he could have come back into this game would be simply with a very simple Fire Spray, then a new adventure, your own Fire Sprays, and you can basically just deal like so much damage, and you can kind of like steal games like this that you can win games that you should not be able to win. And he followed that up here with another Zuckus. This Zuckus is obviously absolutely worthless here. He's just simply going to get killed by the rook. And yeah, imagine if he would have had a new adventures on the... he would have been able to deal a lot of damage. Players are going through the motion extremely quickly here. They are basically eager to get on with this game. Yeah, it's been a very long day. Rosado is very right about this, yeah. But yeah, I feel like the Boba player is playing very quickly. It feels like he's kind of like, hey, he wants to get on with this. Like, I feel like there's a couple of plays he could have made. Maybe he would have been able to... I don't know if he would have been able to win, but he would have put himself back in a better position here. The DJ is going to be played for the smuggle. He's going to be able to start. He's going to be able to get still a resource from his opponent, but I don't think that's really going to make any difference at this point. With the client in play, the Kira player can simply just get rid of the DJ and win 5 HP in the process and put himself completely out of reach of his opponent. And from that point on, he can simply just attack with stuff and win. So there you go. The client goes on the DJ. And the rook obviously is going to kill it. No reason to go for the base just yet. The Maul is here to put the pressure. That's going to be a 7, 8, 9, 9 damage. And he's going to go 9, 10, and then follow up here with a Darth Vader. Maul is just putting like a random copy into your Kira deck has been something that has been quite popular. I've seen people like Wu doing that, just putting like a random Maul in the mix. There's some situation where Maul can be quite a bit better than Vader. Obviously, playing all 6 copies, like 3 Maul, 3 Vader, gives you just way too many 7 drops. But going for like a split, like a 3-1, can be very effective. I feel overall the Vader to be the better card, but obviously there's a situation when Maul can be better. And here we see the counting up bouncer. At this point, it feels like the Boba player is just going through the motion. There's really not much he can do at this point. And GG, huge congratulations here to Michel to take down and finishing off with a perfect record 7-0 in the tournament, in the very first tournament organized by UKTC 1K Leicester. It was also great performance, of course, to all the other players who made it to the top 8. So well done to RV to get up to that point. This is obviously not a favorable matchup. I was hoping that maybe thanks to the Phantom in the main deck, maybe this would be a little bit closer than in the previous Boba. This is obviously a bad matchup for Boba, and you're hoping that you're not running into that deck whenever you go into to a tournament with Boba. But yeah, so Kira takes it again. I'm saying again because we saw Kira winning other tournaments. It's not winning every tournament, but it's I feel like it's a deck that is very successful. I think it's very well positioned in the current meta. It's a deck that has weaknesses, but currently the deck that are very strong against Kira don't really show up a lot. So one of the good example, in my opinion, one of the best deck against Kira is Boba Blue, or generally speaking, very hard control decks. But currently hard control decks are just not that popular. And I think it is very related to the fact that so many decks playing bounties is a problem for hard control. Hard control has been struggling with all those bounties. So yeah, it is a tough matchup for. So obviously very well done by Michel, very well piloted. You can say he was playing this deck to perfection. At least I haven't seen any misplay from him. Obviously I don't have access to players' hands, so there's so much I can't really attest completely for the quality of the games, for how well they play. But that's not yeah. So in any case, very very well played. As far as I see, almost everything was flawless. I'm still not completely unsure about the use about ECL in the Kira deck. I know that some people have been running ECL in Kira, some people don't. It's kind of like, it's one of the questions that is kind of open-ended. They're still undecided whether it is a good thing or not. I only saw Michel using ECL only once, I believe, on the Rook on that last game, and it was kind of good, but it was not like super amazing. And the 5 HP is, I believe, is so relevant in certain matchups. So I'm still not completely convinced on whether you should be playing 25 HP or 30 HP base. I guess it is going to be up to the players to kind of solve that issue. And so the Annon's Dispatch, and well done, Thorrk. Hell of a shift. Thanks for streaming. Well, thank you very much for tuning in. This was actually my very first time I cast games in public. And this was actually I casted the entire tournament just by myself. It's been tiring, but I think like I took a lot of breaks and just focusing on casting the game themselves. My partner did an amazing job at interviewing the players, and this gave me some really good breaks so I could rest my voice. So overall, I feel very happy on how it went. I hope you guys really appreciated that, and I hope that was entertaining. So obviously expect from me a video in the upcoming days, maybe Tuesday, Wednesday, where I will do a rundown of the tournament. I will go into details about the results, because obviously whenever you're casting, you're only seeing the top tables. You're not really seeing you don't have just a high level view on everything that's going on. So if you want to know more about how the tournament went on a more global scale and have some proper analysis on the different deck list, you know where to find me, Thorrk Hot Takes. And I hope you guys had good fun. Overall, I feel like things went pretty well. And keep in mind, this is the first time for UKTC. I think it's the first time they're organizing a Star Wars Limited tournament. So big shout out to them. And keep in mind, those guys are planning to do many more of those tournaments in the future. So support them. We got 95 players on this 1K tournament. That was already an amazing showing. That was really a great showing. And I really hope that they're gonna make many more tournaments in the future and improve the prize pool. Like, if you compare this to what you usually see in the US, the US have been running 1K, 2K, 3K tournaments, and usually when the US does like a 1K tournament, they usually have like around like 30 players, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think I've ever seen UK 1K tournament having more than that. And here, having a 1K tournament having 95 players, that is honestly very impressive. Obviously, there is geographical reason for this. Whenever Americans need to the USA is such a United States is such a big country, it's very hard for them to fly to different places. So it's hard for them to have like this concentration of things. While in Europe, we have a more densely populated areas, which means that it's a bit easier to get big tournaments. But you still need to have like an organization that is willing to commit the finance and the organization to set up those tournaments. And this is why I'm so incredibly grateful to UKTC to set that up in Europe, so we can also have a big prize pool tournament coming on in Europe. I think it's a great, it's a really, really great thing. Anyway, shout out obviously to everybody who's been taking part in the tournament, and obviously I'll be able to give a bit more details about the top 8 list in the upcoming in my upcoming videos. With that being said, I think we're gonna jump into the winners interview. So I just want to say thank you to the chat as well. Everybody has been incredibly polite. I was pondering the idea of having a moderator for the chat just to make sure that everything goes all right, and honestly, it was absolutely not needed at all. Everybody in the chat has been absolutely amazing. Everybody's been super nice to me and super nice to the players and to the organizer overall. It was absolutely flawless. What a great community. I don't think there's many communities where you can run a chat like this without moderators and hope that everything is going to go okay. And so big shout out to you guys, and I'll see you soon for another video, or maybe casting another tournament. With that being said, I'll give it back to the players interview, and I'll see you next time. Bye.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I have the privilege of bringing the UKTC's GT Series winner, Mitchell, live on camera. You've already been with us once before. I told you I'd get you back when we've had a decisive Boba victory.
The redemption arc.
The redemption arc, indeed, Mitchell. So we spoke earlier about this matchup, and you were really, like those first couple of games earlier didn't really go the way you needed them to go. That looked like a clinic.
Yep, that's what you wanted it to do.
Yeah.
I saw the other feature match when I was there, like, I got nothing. But yeah, this is what the next person is.
Exactly that. Best matchup. And how many Bobas have you played today?
Only in two. So.
Only two. So, like, you managed to finish off the tournament pretty strong with one of your more favourable matchups. Talk us through your tournament run today, other matchups, and how you felt that tournament run went. Obviously, went well.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, this controller is some of you have bad matchups. It has some unfavourables. Most of the time, there's enough difference control cards in the deck to be able to get through any of the matchups.
Yeah. And any of those matchups today that kind of had you sweating a little bit, you're a bit more worried about, or were they all pretty much clean cut?
There were some moments like against Red Hunt against Blue Hunt too, like Pillage was passing 8 months. I managed to win the games anyway. You have to. So.
And well, we've already got a couple of shout outs obviously beforehand, but is there anyone back home again you just want to relay a few more shout outs? Anyone else that you want to attribute this win to?
Yeah, shout out to the boys. And, shout out to Luffy. It's literally quite the guys.
Lovely stuff. And then the final word about the tournament today as well. I know you spoke about it a little bit earlier, but as our champion here as well, just give us a couple more words on how you found the event was organised.
Say 5 at the start, 10.
Yeah.
So hour around, perfect.
Yeah, hour around, clean cut as you like, on time. Everyone sat down perfectly. It was really good. I'm going to take a moment to do a couple of my shout outs now as well, guys. So first of all, to Thorrk, thank you so much for the stream today. It's been an absolute privilege working with you and allowing us to bring this footage. And everyone in the chat who's been following along as well, I really appreciate you tuning in to watch the tournament and join us here at in Leicester with UKTC. And a massive shout out to the judge team here as well. So you have head judge Josh and his team have been fantastic all day. As Rich was just said, we've run really, really effectively today. And yeah, a massive shout out to UKTC for putting on the event. It has been fantastic to watch as well. One of the things that's been really impressive about UKTC is that we've had a lot of personalised content as well here for the fans. Every event you turn up to, you get one of these metal marks. You may have seen them on the stream, but they're a fantastic little extra that everyone gets for any event you attend with UKTC in the future for Star Wars. So any event you go to, you'll get nice little freebies like that alongside your participation. Everyone, we're going to sign off there. I'm going to let Mitchell get on. He's got a deck profile to get sorted for us. I'm also going to be bringing you the top 8 deck lists. They're going to be sent over, and Force is going to be looking through those and creating some content around those as well. But a massive thank you from myself and everyone for tuning in. And we look forward to seeing you at the next event. Thank you, everybody. There you go. Mitchell.